for your skin, sing for your soul. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?
On the third day of the Grenke Chess Festival, the world is watching. And this year, streamers are taking that connection even further. From major platforms like chess.com to Twitch creators broadcasting in different languages, they carry every move and every moment far beyond this hall.
I wanted to come to this tournament because, I mean, it's the biggest tournament in the world. So I just felt drawn to it. I had to come here and play next to these legends.
Walk around the chessboard and seeing big names close to me, close to my friends. That's the reason why I am here.
I'm from Portugal, and I feel like Grenke Chess is one of those tournaments that every chess player has to play at least once in their lifetime. Yeah, so it's been a roller coaster for me so far. My fourth game is my so-called immortal game. I'll never forget that I played the game of my life so far at Grenke.
I never played such a big tournaments with thousands of people, and it's just incredible to see all these big chess players from the top levels. It's just amazing to participate in a tournament like this.
And after a draw from Magnus Carlsen, the battle for the top is wide open.
Good morning, welcome to the Grenke Chess Festival's sixth round. Yeah, I'm losing my mind in the morning. And my name is Peter Leko, my partner is Alexander Donchenko. We are about to start the next round, the sixth round. We are a little bit late, yes, things are out of control. It is already the third double round day starting up. You see the playing hall, the players are coming in. Alex, what do you make of this, what we have witnessed so far?
I think you just about said it. Everyone is in kind of a rush. I already saw someone clicking on a laptop in a breakfast room. This is exactly how we feel here. And things are very much heating up. Today will determine who is still in the running for the top prizes and who might not be anymore. we have a lot of top clashes, and we see the players are slowly coming in. And I think it's going to be another exciting day with definitely more freestyle style chess than we had yesterday.
Yes, I had some breakfast discussion with Fedosiev, with Nyepo, with Kostanyuk together, and we kind of all were puzzled that just this little tiny difference with Rook A8, Knight B8 mixed up already changed so much. Nodirbek also said that no, but the thing that happened in the first game with the kings and the queens mixed up shouldn't happen at all. It should be removed. Yeah, there are a lot of discussions because there you know that one d4 gives white an advantage. Then what's the point of freestyle? Yeah, because that's the whole point that you don't know. That's another discussion for the future. But yeah, we already see there Sven Lopez is getting ready. We have the standings after 5 rounds. Look at this. We only have 2 leaders. Vincent Keimer and Hans Niemann facing each other, of course, in round 6. So we have a stellar matchup. And the big surprise, because of course, Nyepo, Magnus, Abdusatov, Vasil Lagraf, we have all kind of expected to be there. But Daniel Hausrat, and his secret sauce was that he played the first 4 rounds in the Grenke Classic. And then he switched. And yeah, he played his very first game, according to Daniel Friedman, my good friend. He said that Daniel Hausrat played his first ever freestyle game yesterday and beat Tabatabai. Can you imagine this?
Well, that is certainly a way to start off your freestyle career, and I think he will be exceptionally happy about this. Well, we'll see. Some people are willing to try with this switch. We know a Wonder did it last year and also did exceptionally well. So I think we can expect some more things from him.
Yeah, we see already the players are in the arena, because that's what I call it. Yeah, there is this suspense. There is also Nyepo facing Vasil Lagraf. This is another incredible set. And I think we should head to the stage. Sven Lopez is explaining everything.
Die Runden angefangen. Da habe ich richtig Stress mit den Kirchen bekommen. Also 10 Uhr, hoffe es geht einigermaßen, und für alle die das Bedürfnis haben, diesen Feiertag so zu schätzen, wie sich viele wünschen, dass die dann auch die Gelegenheit hatten.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Easter Sunday. Welcome to round 6 here. Sven was telling us that in the past we would even start at 9 a.m. On that Sunday, but now, so that people can also enjoy Easter Sunday, here we are at 10 o'clock and we're ready to go.
Für alle, die sich wundern, wir haben ja jetzt 2 absolute oder viele Spitzenpaarungen bereits in dieser Runde auf der Brettern. Die Brettsortierung ist vielleicht nicht auf den ersten Blick ganz logisch. Wir haben uns aber vor dem Turnier entschieden, für die vielen Medienvertreter, unsere 2 Superstars, Magnus Carlsen und Vincent Keimer, ein festes Brett zu geben. Und deswegen spielt Magnus hier zentral in der Mitte und Vincent weiterhin an seinem Brett, obwohl Vincent Keimer und Hans Niemann beide mit 5 aus 5 dieses Turnier anführen.
If you looked at the pairings online, you could see that the board order at the top seems a little bit random. That is because of all the media attention on this tournament. It was decided beforehand that Magnus would play on a fixed board here, number 1, and Vincent would play on a fixed board over here. And that's why this match is actually the top pairing today, with Hans Niemann and Vincent Keimer both on a perfect 5 out of 5.
So, dann haben wir heute wieder einen Gast, der die Auslosung ziehen wird, der Paarungen. Das ist der Herr Hans de Kant. Er hat ein Trachtenunternehmen mit über 1 Million Kunden und hat sich aber jetzt vor kurzem entschlossen, genau in seinem Kundenkreis ein Schachbrett mit Geheimfach zu bauen. Für manche, die einen Goldbarren zu verstecken haben oder einen besonderen Schlüssel oder sonst irgendetwas, das im Schachbrett zu verarbeiten. Dieses tolle Schachbrett gibt es heute auch vorgestellt bei uns am Stand.
And now we're going to go over for the draw, where we're joined by a special guest, Mr. Hans de Kant, who actually specializes in traditional clothing, but he's now designed a special secret chessboard with a little secret area. You can see that over there in that area today. And I'm going to move behind the table and say, Hans, are you ready?
Yes, ready.
Okay, so the first position of the day is number 131, 131, Stellung 131. Thank you very much.
So, bitte wieder zügig die Stellungen aufbauen. Sieht etwas mehr nach Freestyle aus wie die letzten 2 Runden. Mein Blick geht wieder in Richtung Ufuk, der hier für die 170 Live-Übertragungsbretter verantwortlich ist. Und das kann natürlich nur funktionieren, wenn die Bretter alle richtig aufgebaut sind. Vielen Dank, die Partien sind frei, seid fair zueinander, viel Spaß.
You may start. Good luck.
And we are live, and this is the position number 131. And if we look at it, the very first thing is a big relief that yes, this is a real freestyle position. But when we take a little closer look, then we already see that all the bishops are lining up on the long diagonals. This is a very interesting kind of position because, of course, if White could play g3 and b3 together, it would be fantastic, yeah? But you can only do one, and it's clear that if you start with g3, then Black will mirror it with g6, and if b3, then b6 will follow. So a very tricky kind of position because very often it's kind of difficult to fight for an advantage here for White. We also see the evaluation by the computer that, yes, g3, b4, so basically moving and opening up the bishop diagonals has clear priority. One more time, we have this very funny situation that short castle is already possible on move 1, and it's even the third choice of computer. I have seen a player just, okay, let me get rid of this headache, I just castle. And there is this lazy approach. And everything else, I will turn to Alex. What catches your attention? Why is this position so special for you?
The first thing that I notice is that we have the kingside pieces on the same squares as in round 2. If you remember this bishop h1, rook g1, king f1, it is very easy to remember because g3 and at some point rook g2 kind of stays in your memory. But other than that, it feels kind of more harmonious, the setup for both white and black. So let's say if you actually go something like g3, probably black goes g6, and then you can go c4, knight c3, b3, then already you have a very sensible looking setup. So I would expect g3 or b3 to happen in a lot of the games, and possibly people going for some kind of Reti setup, not occupying the center immediately. What do you think?
Yeah, but the big trick is, and I know this because we have been playing a couple of training games with Vincent, and for me, whenever I have a position like this and you give me only 10 minutes time to play the game, then automatically safety approach takes over. Yeah, I cannot simply change my nature, and the setup that you mentioned, g3 and then c4, b3, what can happen to me? The problem with this setup is that black can mirror it, and the big question appears also from the other side that actually, yes, white is safe, but how much you got? Do you have the chance later on to fight for the initiative? And at some point even, I believe I can reveal this secret, Vincent just refused to play against me because he just said it's completely pointless. We are wasting our time because I only care about stability, and then where is the fun? Yeah, maybe I just realized last night during a big walk here in Karlsruhe near the castle that I should tell to Vincent, okay, I only play black, so you can always attack, and I will try to hold my ground. This would be those could be our training games. We see Vincent and Hans thinking.
And if you saw the first move of the computer, I believe, was G3.
Yes.
But the second move was in fact B4.
B4, yeah, the orangutan. That's the orangutan.
And already considering the differences between B3 and B4, I think details like this can help a lot of games to break away from the symmetry and get a unique position.
No. Don't be fooled like this. I already have my experience. If B4, I play B5. If you play G3, I play G6. If you play B3, I play B6. I know my stuff. This kind of bishops in the corner, we have been covering a lot with Judith and Nicholas. And also the players were analyzing. We have always access to, and everyone has access to this 5 minutes analysis by the players. I encourage everyone who is interested in freestyle and wants to improve his skills, if you feel that you don't have time for very long broadcast and like this, then just tune in to those first 10 minutes and rewind and recheck, and then what the top guys were doing last year in the Grand Slam Tour, because it was fascinating, very useful. For example, Hans Niemann, I think, revealed me a big secret. I'm not sure if I can reveal it to everyone, but I believe he told before coming to Las Vegas that that was his kind of preparation, that he was watching all this 10 minutes preparation by the players and combine it with computer analysis, and then making his own kind of stuff, and then also comparing it what happened with the game. So Hans was extremely well prepared for Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think this kind of hybrid approach is maybe a good one for freestyle, where you don't really know how players think. Yeah, some people think like you. Okay, let me with black. The most important thing is that I play, if I can, the symmetrical position, equalize, and play very solid. And then there are people who will, from the start, kind of try to punish every single white move because they think maybe this is a mistake. It gives me a chance to play something more entertaining.
Yeah, we have seen yesterday that the top guys, all these players who had the chance and the honor and privilege to be playing this amazing Grand Slam Tour last year, they showed confidence. They understood in the second game of the day that, wait a second, this e4, d5, e5, it looks stupid, but actually thanks to this small little detail with knight a8 and rook b8 instead of knight on b8 and rook on a8, this perfectly makes sense. Yeah? And I don't believe that any other player or really had the confidence to be going along those lines to understand that, aha, those are the subtleties, but these top guys, of course, immediately jumped on the chance.
If I remember correctly, also there, this e4, d5, e5 position we had yesterday, I believe almost everyone won their games with white except the Uzbek clash no, that was actually a different game, yeah?
No, that was, the two Uzbeks lost, and Abdusatov won his game, and he was on the white side.
Yeah, then I'm thinking about something else, but basically this e4, d5, e5 had an overwhelming score for white.
Yes, I think the only game that ended in a draw, that was the Pranav-Duda game. That was this incredible craziness, that Duda was shaking his head, that where those knight sacrifices came from. But yes, we already have liftoff. However, players are taking their time. It's not clear at all what is the best first move for the players, and here we see the round 6 pairing. Already we heard Sven Lopez, the tournament director, explaining why the Hans Niemann Vincent Keimer game is on board 5, because Vincent also has a fixed board there in the center next to Magnus's board, and that is officially so-called board number 5, but that's clearly now the main game for us to cover. On the other hand, okay, Magnus Carlsen against Alexei Sarana, amazing fight. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Maxim Vasyl-Graf, that's an absolute El Clasico. I very much remember the 2020-21 candidates tournament when these two gentlemen were fighting it out, who qualifies to face Magnus Carlsen. And Daniel Hausrath, the surprise kid against Nodirbek Abdusatov. One could argue that maybe many of the top players are a little bit upset, and I think this is fair enough to highlight that they might be upset that where did Daniel came from, because look at the other pairings, everyone is facing some superstar, and then suddenly someone has a rather easier game. But let's see. Daniel surprised everyone, shocked the whole chessboard by knocking down none other than Amin Tavatabay, who has had an incredible run winning Reykjavik and also stopping Magnus Carlsen's run yesterday.
He also gets double white this round against Nadirbek Abdusattorov, and we will see how he does. I think, especially when you're very new to this, having white can be kind of a safety buffer, and you might not be too familiar with all the possible positions we can get. But I think let's see some moves. We already have at least one move played in some games, and see what the players chose.
Yes, I see some mirroring. Is this c4? Yeah, I think c4, c5, g3, g6. That's what we are kind of expecting. You know, on one side I was happy that, okay, finally this is different compared to what we had yesterday, which was so similar to classical chess, but actually this position has big potential of turning into a very regular kind of fight. Yeah, the line that you highlighted, the line that I think every good grandmaster automatically has in his mind. Let's even make those moves in the Carlsen-Sarana game. There we have also seen Alexei Sarana is trying to wake up. Yeah, it's never easy. This 10 o'clock game is a big challenge, not just because it's freestyle. Thanks to freestyle, it's acceptable because you did not have to do any preparation at night. But waking up, making sure that you are sharp. Let's take a look. So g3, g6, that's Daniel Hausrath for those who are wondering who is this gentleman on stage. And he normally likes to play these slow openings with d4, g3, c4, knight f3. I think this position suits him.
I think so too, yeah. He doesn't have a very aggressive opening repertoire, and here we see it will be very easy to just develop pieces and get a very solid position.
Yes, for example, this was the move that you highlighted, I believe, yeah, that white gets a very solid kind of setup. Let me then mirror it and see where do we get from here.
Yeah, here perhaps if we, let's say, continue with short castle.
Yes, I will just follow.
Knight f3. And here already, after knight f6, black would have to consider if d4 is a serious move or not.
Yes, that's always the big secret to freestyle starting positions, that you first have to kind of imagine what happens via mirroring, and of course, if we are mirroring, it means that white will have the chance first to break the mirror with d4. And in order to understand it, you have to really calculate and see if that's fine. Then you go for a mirror. If you realize that that's not the case, white is the one who benefits, then mirroring is kind of forbidden, because that's the way how you can end up in a lot of trouble. Then it's much better if you try to do some murky stuff, something creative. So let me try some knight d4. Let's go along the lines like let's trade everything and see where we
if black just goes for this kind of massive trade, then I think we all know the line in the English where both sides play symmetrical and white gets d4 in first. Usually the space advantage here counts for something, so this would be a very pleasant development, I think, for most white players.
Exactly. This is a risk-free advantage. Yeah, one could argue how much it is. Maybe it's almost nothing. But in modern chess, the almost nothing, the tiny little bit better. And always whenever this happens, Tony Miles, my very dear friend Tony Miles, with whom I have worked in 95-96 period, who tragically passed away in 2001, I believe, he had one very important quote, because he was the player who was not playing, confrontational chess. He just wanted to have his pieces. And then when they said, but what you got in this position? Well, I got nothing, but still more than what my opponent has. Yeah, that was basically putting total clarity that how he visions chess, that he doesn't want to be better, but he wants to be better than his opponent. And then let's enjoy, let's play. That's the message I'm getting from this position. So that's already something very valuable for us, that we know that this isn't the right way
Yeah,
for
Peter.
black.
Oh, yeah, I think we have a move from Magnus, and I believe it. Which move is it?
Let's see. So c4.
He did play c4. Yeah, I was about to say, what other options could we have to kind of break symmetry earlier? And Magnus had a little bit of a think, and decided that no, this setup is kind of too natural to dismiss. And we will see. I would expect c5.
Well, I would also expect that when we will have the bird's eye view, after like 4 moves, we will have many identical positions, because it can also come from c4, c5, for example. Like in the Vincent's game, I believe Hans started with c4, Vincent answered with c5. Hans was taking his time. At this moment, he has already made his move. Maybe that's a good moment. And we have birds, and there you go. Mursin Dominguez, the very first game that caught my attention, Carlsen against Savannah. Wow, exactly. Daniel didn't go for G3 setup. That surprises me. That's actually something that maybe the other players who are keeping an eagle eye on that game are not happy at all. Just play G3, play the symmetry, and show me, Nodirbek, what you got. I think this is very good development for Nodirbek, that it automatically gets out of this symmetrical business.
I think that is Daniel Hausrath. He might have some kind of setup in mind, like what Vincent likes to play with the hybrid, basically E3, G3, B3, and eventually going D4. It seems that many pieces are set up well for this.
Yeah, and actually he can do knight f3 and g3, and still he gets his setup. Yeah, that's good news. That calms everybody nerves down on stage. Yeah, who are thinking like if you are, for example, Nyepo. Okay, I believe Nyepo is probably just taking care of his own business, but if he looks at his pairing, that I'm facing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and my concurrent Abdus Sattorov is playing against Hausrath, then definitely he feels like this isn't exactly how it should be.
We'll see if he feels this way after the round, but yeah, it's understandable, but this is how Swiss pairings work, especially with the curious switch mechanic. But Daniel Hausrath has, so far, even through his one game that he played in freestyle, shown that he is not easy pickings.
Yeah, no, not at all. He's a very solid player, and actually I noticed one motive that I would like to highlight. Let's go to the Hausrath game for a second, because here I can illustrate the point. In freestyle chess, always watch out for hanging pieces. Now there is this bishop on a8 and bishop h1 construction, and black has not castled yet. So let's just imagine, but it's actually impossible. I need a couple of moves, but I wanted to highlight that, yes, for example, white plays knight f3, black ignores, yeah, a6, white plays g3, and black plays a move like queen d7, and then white plays knight g5 and wins the game, because there is knight h7 checkmate threat, and the bishop on a8 is hanging. Yes, so this now was, of course, absolute cooperative chess. This was just an illustration that sometimes it can happen much faster, and you have to be very sharp, not to, okay, I'm just waking up. Let me make a couple of moves and then I will think, and the game is over already.
I mean, here you could still play f6 to keep it going a little, I think.
Exactly, so queen d7 was an unfortunate move to illustrate, yeah. But yes, I think everybody got my point, and this is cooperative. I just wanted to highlight for 1 second, because when this bishop was loose, it immediately caught my attention.
Let's see, I believe this might be the most asymmetrical fight that we have so far. And well, was that 2b3 or was it 2e3?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. All these move orders have huge impact. b3, the solid b3. b6, of course. Yeah, Nodirbek is very experienced. I cannot tell. Yeah, let's just show that if black plays a move like c5, white plays g3, and one has the feeling like maybe white achieves something computer completely disagrees.
I think there's just d5.
There is d5, yes. Yeah. Occupying the center. So of course after c5 white would play c4, and then once again it would be important for black immediately to open up the position, because you don't want to play something like knight c6 that is much less flexible than white plays g3, and all the bishops are open. knight comes to f3, and white might not put the knight on c3 and strike maybe with d4 or play with e3, d4, many different things.
Yeah, you see this in fact in many openings where white withholds developing the knight, in this case from b1, to kind of keep the pressure up on the diagonal, and if black allows him to exchange the bishops, then he can do that and get the knight out later on. While black doesn't have this option anymore after knight c6.
Yes, and we have seen there, and it was very important to see this, that in fact this was b3, b6, e3, c5, c4, d6, that Nyepo was checking out the game. What is our good friend, dear friend Daniel doing there? Is he okay? Is he safe? Yeah, please go on, knight f3, g3, bishop g2 castles, queen e2, rook fd1, play in the center, control everything. That was the message that I got from Nyepo's body language. Just do your stuff, don't do anything stupid, and hold your ground. Don't give an easy point to Nadir back. All right, let's also check out on Vincent against Hans that how much happened. Wow, look at this, a bottle, a big glass, a small glass, coffee, tea, water, everything. Yeah, it's super stocked reserves by Hans.
Yeah, he certainly has that part figured out. But so far, it seems, in fact, the time management is kind of similar to the Carlsen game, where Sarana with black and Vincent here, they're just accepting position is likely to be symmetrical. We don't mind, just play solid as black, and it will be very close to equal.
We have just seen Hans making it sure, no fancy business. I'm gonna touch my king. I will somehow kick that rook away from g1. I don't know how, what, but everybody saw I touched the king first. I'm safe.
Yeah, I don't believe he is the kind of player to do it like I believe it was Tabatabai, who removed the king and then moved the rook to the f1 square. We just do it by shuffling the pieces a little.
Yeah, I think that that footage will be used to explain the rules and the right way of doing things. I believe that arbiters are super happy having that on camera, that if you want to explain, you don't explain, you just show, guys, please follow this example. That's exactly how we want to have it. Vincent is now a little bit taking his time, also trying to wake up. Everybody knows that it's hard, but show must go on. That's true. I remember the legendary Mainz tournaments organized by the legendary Hans-Walter Schmidt. Greetings to Hans-Walter from here. And there were always, you know, the players the first 5 minutes with incredible Queen songs, yeah, that even if you were very tired, you were sleepy, by the time you got on stage, you were like, yes, everything is fine, I'm ready for the battle.
We actually, I think we have music leading up right to the round here as well. We just don't hear it in our commentator studio. But I remember it from playing here. There are usually also kind of uplifting songs playing right before the game. Especially in the morning, it can feel like a very welcome sign.
Exactly. It is very important. And if we already mentioned Hans-Walter Schmidt, then let's also pay tribute to what he has done in Mainz, because he created a very similar festival atmosphere like here by letting Vichy Anand play classical rapid matches with incredible opponents. That was a fantastic highlight. And there was also a Fischer random chess 9 matches, and the very first one in 2001 I played against Mickey Adams. So I remember all these years. Now we have the statistic here. No big surprise. This C4, G3 businesses appeared the most of the times. 16 times D4, 1 D4, that a bit surprises me personally, and 9 times B3, and the rest, the orangutan 3 times.
Yeah.
Which would have been your favorite starting move, Alex?
I think if I understand that B4 is a good move, I might have played that, because even if you play B5, I know very few positions where b4, b5 appears on the board regularly, and it would have been easy to, I think, get a very, very interesting game there.
Fair point, yeah. You always like something extravagant. I have seen your games, and that's why they are also full of life, and you have a lot of fans. I know, because your playing style is very interesting, keeping as much tension as possible and try to make your opponent's life as unfamiliar as possible. That's the way how I kind of look at your games.
I believe, though, we had 7 first moves in the statistic. That's more than in any other position that I remember here. Usually it is kind of, yeah, we can see it here, very much spread out, and no overwhelming favorites. I think this shows that, that this position is definitely, it kind of offers you a lot of chances to come up with your own ideas.
Yes, it's interesting. Yeah, also that one knight f3 only in one game. Yeah, that's normally a move that everybody is kind of ready to play. You know that you are not spoiling anything. It's a neutral move. Then I will react according to my opponent. But since Hans and Vincent are reaching the position that we started discussing a bit, maybe it is a good moment to take a closer look, and most probably we'll be also having this in more games. Yeah, for example, Nyepo against Vasila Graf. If white castles, we are already...
They seem to be headed there as well.
Yes, catching up, but Jan is uncharacteristically thinking way too much, which means that he's probably not that happy about this symmetrical stuff, because he likes action, and also Magnus Carlsen against Sarana has the same position. It's the critical tabia, the critical symmetrical tabia of this starting position.
Yeah, and we see, actually, I think Morzin came up with something original there.
Wow. But don't do this. I think nobody will follow this F4. This is, you have to be young for this. I don't know. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. No. It's the only game where we see F4 happen.
Yeah, and we saw also Carlsen and Nepo taking a bit of time in the first 2-3 moves. And apparently they did not find a good way to deviate from this earlier, so they'll probably find or try to find a way to kind of have some kind of small advantage here.
Yeah, the point is that, yeah, we saw that the evil bar immediately says that black is maybe even a tiny bit better, but it's not about the first impression, and Nyepo is shaking his head that, what is this? I came here to play freestyle, I want to have fun, I'm showing my creativity, and then suddenly I get this. Where is my idea? But believe me, if suddenly white gets a tiny little advantage, because I remember that now in Weissenhaus during the FIDE Freestyle World Championship, we had a position where the top guys, during those 10 minutes, we heard from both teams that, this is nothing, this is boring, especially from the black players, we will just do the symmetry and nothing is happening. After like 8 moves, all of them were clearly worse. Yeah, and it was so funny to hear that. I think it was maybe one of the very few positions where the top guys were so fooled. Like they were relaxing, we'll do the mirroring, and then just 5 minutes later they were suffering.
Yeah, we'll see what we can come up with here, and there are other ways to prepare d4 other than just knight f3, knight f6, d4. Starting with e3 is possible, starting with even up to knight c2 is possible. If we play something like e3, e6, knight c2, that it looks very strange, yeah?
Yeah, e3 is strange, but I understand. Yeah, you want to try to keep things, and also by not committing the knight to f3, you are still keeping the diagonal open. Now the big question is, if I play knight f6, I'm falling into your idea with d4, right?
I believe so. At least you would have to make it work tactically somehow.
Yes, because then the question is d4, like cd, ed, d5. Can I use this tactical shot?
It is possible, but the question is also, is knight f3 a valid idea here, or is this too weakening? It might be too weakening in this particular case.
Well, just so that everybody understands, we did not blunder the pawn. Yes, white is attacking that pawn with way too much force, but the point is this is a typical kind of Grünfeldish idea that you sacrifice the pawn and then you play something like e6, and if the bishop falls back, then the d4 pawn is falling, and
if it doesn't fall back, then we might be even worse off, at least in practical terms.
Exactly, this is that kind of positional compensation long term. Let's just imagine some queen d7, queen b7, rook fd8, and you ask Nepo, give me this, sign me up for this position anytime, any place, and so on. Computer disagrees, but we are no computers.
Yeah, we know the computer is always right, so here it might just work out nicely for white if he plays something like knight f3, knight e5 very fast.
Or knight c2, knight e3 also, maybe, and then try to go d5. That was another...
Potentially as well, yeah?
Yes, that scared me the most. When thinking like, aha, why computer is so happy? I felt like this was my justification.
Because an extra central pawn is nothing to scoff at either. So something like this will not be played easily by black, and after e3 again, he has to consider where to put his pieces. Because f6 and f3 are probably the best squares for the knight, but going there immediately, if it's not possible, you have to find some other way.
Yeah, let's even think, because it would have been so nice if knight f6, d4, cdd, d5 works tactically, and computer would have nodded that yes, exactly, that's fine. And imagine the players. Yeah, you are sitting there, you are a great player, so you instantly understand that e3, knight f6, d4 takes, d5 is a very critical. Let me even bring it back so that everybody can appreciate it. And d5, I'm pretty sure that all the players on the stage right now are thinking about this position. I don't know how much, but definitely they have this in mind. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. It's the 6th round of the tournament. Lot at stake. And you feel like this is a move in the spirit. I don't want to face it, because if I'm not grabbing the pawn, then actually black is probably perfectly ready to start fighting against the isolated hanging pawns. The rook on c8 and bishop a8, knight c6, b6 is perfectly constructed. For example, if white plays knight f3, then something like dc, bc, knight a5 is an automatic reaction that comes to mind, and black might just win the game on the spot. Yeah, so the pawn sacrifice kind of has to be accepted, and then if you accept it and you are a great player, then you understand that, wait a second, but this e6 business is not clear. By the way, there are also sometimes knight d4 tactical shots that one should also kind of compare. Knight d4, bishop d4, queen d4, e6.
Peter,
I can even take.
You can even take, yeah, you should take on a8.
Yes.
That is, I think, the critical line.
Yes, no, I just wanted to highlight that, So basically, black is winning back material thanks to this trick. So what's happening? Let's go step by step. After knight d4, what you want to do? Oops.
After knight d4, I believe bishop takes a8 has to be played.
Okay, rook takes a8, and?
Now we need to just kind of quietly activate our pieces. Let's see what is the best way to do that.
But honestly, if knight takes d4 is possible, and there is also e6 looming in the air from distance, that sounds to me like more than enough reason for white to dismiss e3.
You can dismiss it, however, you will still need a move that eventually breaks the symmetrical nature of the game. So we'll see if players come up with something better. Here at least, their structure is asymmetrical. Maybe you can go knight d3.
Yeah, but if I would not see the computer's evaluation that white is apparently a tiny bit better, I would say that I take this with black. I'm super confident.
No,
this is a good I don't know what.
No matter the evaluation, of course, you see that black can't be doing too bad here. So.
Yes, I'm even refusing to analyze. Let's call
Fair
it
enough.
Black is okay. Black is okay. Finito. That means that we are heading back to the live position. After e3, knight f6, it's kind of almost already obligatory for white, in my mind, to play like this. Or you had this interesting idea of going knight c2, yeah, and then preparing d4. That was your other.
Yeah, the problem with that might be that, again, some d5 might work tactically. We know from a lot of English positions that kind of playing e3 invites black to play d5 in some version, but we'll see. Here
But-
there are also other moves, yeah?
But here d5 exactly you can just take, you know?
Knight takes or?
And then bishop, yeah, knight takes, and then knight takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, here this doesn't work. Yeah.
Yes, that's why this knight c2 was also so nice. Yeah, you are taking care of things. So maybe I will just play e6. Yeah, if you already showed me the way, let me follow you.
And here, after d4, we have to see if d5 straight up is a move or if there has to be some kind of asymmetrical structure.
Or I maybe, okay, first I will just take. I will take.
So let's say e takes d4.
And then d5. Okay, I want to play old man school like Hans said. The only problem for Hans is that he is playing now with the white pieces, and with white pieces you have responsibility. With white you want to push. For black, I believe actually it's a little bit more comfortable psychologically to be black here. With black you want to establish a normal position, play quickly, and put all the problems on your opponent. Please fight for advantage, burn your clock.
And I think that is also what we see in some of the games, that Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Krzysztof Duda, they are also Hans Niemann to a large extent, they are burning more time than their opponents. They feel the obligation to find something more entertaining, something where they can generate chances, where their opponents have to think and react in a non-standard way.
Yeah, we have just seen there Vincent looking at a position, and his body language was completely relaxed. Yeah, it's like, thank you very much. I'm sticking to my symmetrical business. I know that from the white side always how difficult it is to prove something in this case when the bishops are already beautifully developed in the corner. So yes, one could argue that in long terms it would be nice to jadub those bishops to g2, then it is more harmony, but it is not needed. We also know in classical chess that sometimes when we have this fianchettoed bishop on b7, then sometimes we move it back to a, that there it is protected, then our knight on c6 is more mobile to eventually jump to some central squares if there will be a chance. So I believe black's chances are quite nice here, practically speaking.
Peter, what do you think? Maybe we should check out all the available boards just for inspiration.
Exactly.
If someone came up with an idea that steers away from this English setup, except for Morzin's f4, which, as we see, is a bit, well, it might be curious, but I don't know. I think it deserves at least some praise.
Yes, it is a brave choice. But I feel like this is a typical move that you play if you have 4 out of 5, and you don't do it if you have 5 out of 5. Yeah, this is my kind of feeling, because it's like an uncompromising move that I want to fight. I want to create as much tension as possible. I believe that Lenny is also very much welcoming it, because now he has also opted for knight f6, e6, and he's leaning towards d7, d5 break, and that's the reason why I don't exactly know what f4 does to the position, because if black gets d5 in, I would certainly pick black. What else do we have? In the Hans Niemann game, nothing happened yet, and the other boards, exactly, let's just get a feel for...
Oh, you see, we might not have seen f4, but we saw f5.
And we have seen knight c2, your move. Alex, are you playing the tournament? Kartik, I am playing knight c2.
I am playing on both white and black side in many boards.
What is this Nihal against Chigaev? That queen on a4 and black's pawn on a5?
And the bishop's already traded, yeah?
Yes. That is maybe the game where we have the most advanced position and a completely different type of English structure. My first intuition tells me that I'm very happy with white, but we see computer evaluation says nothing is happening.
No, we see actually that here it feels that white, in fact, has developed some kind of initiative. There's definitely different assets for the players. Here, black has played f5 to grab some space, and white is trying to exploit the exposed squares on the queen side. And if I had this position, I'd already be very happy, because there is no way to steer it to anywhere symmetrical. The pieces are in too much of an imbalanced state already.
But wait a second, let's forget about everything. Let's look at Magnus. What do we read from him? Is he meditating? Is he trying to wake up? Or is he very deeply into the position and things like, I have to find the idea right here, right now, because if I'm not going to do that in the next two moves, then actually the position will be simply not interesting. And on this level, if you don't have real perspectives, then it will be a completely empty position. Outplaying a great opponent will be almost impossible. So I understand why Magnus Carlsen has already invested kind of half an hour for all those moves that he could have played in blitz. That is not the point. The point is that he wants to create something, but how? Someone who created something in my mind is Dennis Wagner. Take a look at Dennis Wagner versus Nikita Vityugov.
Yeah.
That advanced d4, d5, you mentioned space. Please elaborate this position, how you see it.
I think this is, first of all, this is looking very much like something kind of out of a classical opening, some double fianchetto or something. But besides that, the space advantage here is quite significant. And this d5 pawn, we see it restricts the knight and the bishop on a8 and b8. And I would be very happy as Dennis. The only thing I'm wondering about is how did he time it to get d4, d5 in without black playing d5?
Wow, and b5 played. I would say that, yes, b5, this is the only move in the spirit. Yeah, you have to try to break out. Maybe you could visit that game quickly because the action is heating up rather slowly, which is understandable.
I'm just wondering if it was like a conscious choice by Vityugov to not play d5 and to allow this kind of imbalance.
Yes, so, wow. So Dennis was the one who played d4. Okay, great, interesting, because after d4, one of the thematic moves that would come to my mind is b5, opening up the bishop, but I immediately noticed that, wait a second, queen d3 with a double attack on the b5 and h7 pawns. Yeah, let me even put it on the board that this kind of stuff sometimes can. And you see the computer says, no biggie, I don't mind. And why on earth? So
I believe actually that Daniel Friedman played a freestyle tournament with me, and he blundered a pawn in such a fashion on move 2 or 3, and then obtained fantastic compensation and later checked with the computer that in fact blundering the pawn was a perfect choice. The computer just kind of gives the h7 pawn, somehow protecting the b5 pawn, I don't know. Potentially we can play something like c5. And if queen takes h7, knight f6 just kicks it, and we have a very decent position in our hands.
yeah, okay, exactly, c5 here isn't the move, but yes.
We can also just try, I don't know, let's say
knight
a6.
d6 or a6.
Just play a6, just to see how bad is it, yeah?
Yes, takes and then knight f6, yeah?
Yeah.
No, knight f6 is not the move, but maybe g6, because
Maybe
the bishop
G6,
is
yeah.
far away. Yeah, maybe g6 is kind of clever. You hit the pawn, you set up some bishop g7, rook h8, kind of queen chasing business. And knight f6, it can be very tricky. And now suddenly both of white's bishops are completely stuck.
Yeah, and we see white just won a pawn on, well, basically move 3, but the way how he won it just allows black to kind of develop smoothly, and it's anybody's game.
Yeah, anybody's game. And also the move that you highlighted before, yeah, c7, c5 will be a very good idea, hitting the rook, so white will unable to protect with c3, and if dc, rook takes c5, some more fire is burning. So very interesting kind of stuff. Just wanted to illustrate that after d4, b5 is certainly the first move that all these top guys would be discussing, and with their understanding they actually would not be intimidated by queen d3, they would be looking for it. One of the moves that came to my mind also, that can I play knight d6? No, knight d6, maybe you just play knight d2 and then it will step into e4. No, just a6.
I mean, that is the move that I suggested, but there is probably even a move like b4 could maybe be playable, yeah? It looks exceptionally weird.
Grabbing some space, but yeah.
No, this one is also premature, but you see it's very hard even on move 2 to find the right way. We know that we can give the h7 pawn in some way. Yeah?
But in which way and
exactly,
so on.
Yeah.
And that's why it is forbidden for the players to even look for 2 seconds on their screen or even 1 second. You just
Peter.
look and you get millions of information.
Peter, by the way, I think we might just not be the best calculators.
Yes.
After queen d3, we could also just play b5, queen d3. We could also just play g6.
Ah, wow, just simple chess, yeah. But okay, you have so much emotions, yeah. You want to highlight for the spectators, our audience, that what kind of motives are there. Of course, yeah, our brain is not exactly in the mode like when we would play the game. Yeah, then we would be just saying, wait a second, queen d3, I have g6, finish, I don't look anymore. As commentators, it is our duty to try to explain, give different angles so that our dear spectators, audience can more understand what could really happen. It does not need to happen, but what potentially could happen. Certain scenarios. Yeah, g6, the professional move. I see that you're already fresh. I can rely on you. Don't rely on me yet. You can rely on me in half an hour. The more time progresses, the more I'm getting into my sharp mindset. But let's take a look at the game. Black played b6, and it means that it was a lazy move, because if he could have played b5, he should have spent the time to understand, can I do it or not? And white grabs space. Look at this, the evil bar, but you don't need the evil bar to understand that if white gets d4, c4 together with this beautiful construction.
Yeah, this is basically what you want. With the rook on a1 and the bishop on c1, you often spend a lot of time getting the bishop to this diagonal and the rook to c1.
Exactly. It is the dream scenario. So it's kind of very interesting that a brilliant and very experienced player like Nikita Vityugov, who is a fantastic classical player, but I believe he has very little experience with freestyle. Yeah? If Nikita will play a couple of games, like for example this, and then after the game he understands that, wait a second, of course d4, b5 is the move. Yeah, he still has very little motives probably in his mind, which is understandable because the top guys, and I have been following all these games, covering them on the highest level for more than a year, because already the Weissenhaus very first event was in 2024. Of course, we kind of have advantage with this mindset. So let's see what happened. G6, knight c6, knight f6, and d5 appeared.
Okay, yes. This also shows that Dennis understands space is so valuable here. It is, again, kind of similar to a double fianchetto position, and there also an unprovoked d5 is one of the main lines. And,
wait a second.
Yeah.
On our camera, we see Maxime Lagarde, but just behind him sits Vityugov with the back to us, and that is the person, that is our dear friend Denis Wagner, and even we see Artur Yusupov on our screen. What a great video angle this is, camera angle, pardon me.
Yeah, we see like a row, all great chess players sitting there, one after the other.
And isn't this Gatakamsky who is checking the game out? And this is Levon Aronyan. Of course, Levon Aronyan from his shirt.
And it is Gatakamsky.
And
yes.
it is Gatakamsky, yeah. This is what a playing hall it is, yeah. Legends are walking around, just interested that, wow, where did this come from? How did this happen? Reading the score sheet, checking it out. What's happening?
If only the score sheet wasn't a mess most of the time.
Yeah, wow. So basically here one would, if it would be a repertoire book or repertoire for any strong player, after the move d4, d5, it finishes. It's a strong move, plus, minus, finish. The rest is a formality. We are strong enough, we have to win this game. Of course, in practice it's completely different, because Nikita says, oh my God, what have I done? I was just too lazy, it was too early in the morning, I thought I will play d4, b6, and let's play chess. And I end up in trouble. So now he will fight with double attention to try to create some counterplay and to survive and maybe potentially even turn around the game. Castles, b5 played, knight d3, and Nikita is taking his time.
Yeah, it is very difficult now for black, because the best you sometimes can do is put your pieces on the normal squares and get very close to a position that, again, players have seen before and know all the plans.
And there we see also Denis Kadric playing there with the white pieces, diagonal behind Maxime Lagarde. We have already talked about Kadric, I think, during his game against Max Odlu, but we did not have the camera angle. So
yeah,
thank you very much. Shout out to our producer, Sotiris for taking care of everything.
Yeah, I think there's hardly any tournament where you see so many grandmasters sitting one after the other and trying their best to think on move 2.
Yes, actually, let me even scroll a little bit. For example, there was this Maxime Lagarde, Leon Mendonça game where Kamsky spent quite some time. And by looking at this position, I understand him perfectly. What happened to this knight? Where did this come from? I would be also, you know, even shadowing my glasses just to make sure that I see it correctly. It's obviously the knight is heading to f5, but excuse me, you really have the time to do that?
I think he might have just seen that he thinks it's a decent possibility, and it will allow him to, again, get an asymmetrical game in some way. He just didn't want to kind of keep copying Lagarde with short castle. But of course, knight d6, it provokes something. Yeah, we know that knight f5 is the only logical continuation, so white can kind of adjust to it.
Wow. Okay, of course, this is what these are the typical fates of a move that if it works out, then everybody says, yeah, knight d6, very original, very creative. Wow, yes, Leon-Luc Mendonça, brilliant player. But if it backfires, then you feel like, wow, yes, he's too young, he got excited, he got carried away. Yeah, there are all these kind of, I noticed that those texts are there ready for such moments. Let's keep an eye actually on this game later on. We will revisit it at one point to see how this strategy worked. But probably it is now time to head back to our main encounters, unless we get some information that, guys, somewhere there is some breaking news, something very interesting, extraordinary happened. We should be heading back to our board number 1, basically the tournament's board number 1, Hans Niemann against Vincent Keimer and Alex. Hans spent already more than half an hour. He should have just called your number. Hi, Alex. I know you are sitting next to Peter. Peter is still asleep, but I would like to be interested about your opinion. And Alex, yeah, I think knight c2 is a good idea. He could have saved 34 minutes of his time.
Yeah. Well, we have to see what his actual idea is after knight c7. And I am actually curious if he intends to go for something like up to knight d5.
Wait a second. Longest time spent, knight c2, 23 minutes 26. All right, just a phone call. There should be a phone booth dialing Alex. SOS, please help me out. Already first move c4, that was justified, because of course, yeah, first move you should always...
Yeah, but we see by a very large margin, knight c2 was the first serious thing here.
And I think that at this moment, Vincent will take his longest thing, because
probably
250. Yes, another very important mention, our dear producer Sotis is also an arbiter, and he highlighted that, Peter, yes, we are all trying to take care of fair play measures and everything, and I'm breaking the rules. Yes, for the sake of the show, yes, otherwise not. That's for sure. But it's just so funny, yeah, that knight c2 was mentioned by you at 10:05 or 10:10, and by now when it's played, it's 10:58.
Yeah, but we have to see. Vincent understands. Hans has some idea. He didn't just play a move to keep the symmetry going, and I think his idea might be knight c7, knight d5. What do you think? Is that a serious move?
Well, I would go back to that after knight c2, I feel like I want to end copying. Because
already, yeah?
Yes, because if, I don't know, somehow this knight c2 itself looks interesting, and it looks to me justified because it will be your move to break the symmetry. Yeah? So I would be now already at this moment very cautious that do I follow the symmetry or not. Yeah? In my mind, the first move that I would be looking at actually that what are the consequences of a move like e6. That would be my very first candidate. Somehow intuitively I don't want to put the knight on f6, and Vincent tells that, guys, let's chill, let's just follow Alex.
We will see. I think I think Hans has something in mind here. He will not just play, let's say, e3, e6, d4, d5. And I'm really curious if it can be knight d5, because that would be what I think is a very interesting option.
Now that we know Vincent played knight c7, now I have to fight against knight d5. Correct. So the thematic would be to take and then to play knight d4 to mirror. Let's see what is your idea.
Bishop takes h8 is, I think, a good in-between move here.
Ah, wow. Okay, good. You can, yes. That's important. Falling into Alex's gambit, yeah? I was like relaxing.
These are like small details that can add up. You don't really want to put your king on h8.
Yes, but okay, wait a second. Okay, because in my mind, knight was on f6, and after knight d5, yeah, no. Of course, in this case, I'm taking on a1 myself.
Yes, and I would think, unfortunately, I have to take with the rook.
Yeah, then I say thank you very much.
Yeah.
Then I say that you are a very dear friend.
And now I think at least knight d5 and knight d4 will work out.
I can take, takes, and I go knight d4. I can also play knight b4 if I want to be fancy. Actually, I just highlight this, that now that we have not so many pieces left, I don't know what is the structure, because you are kind of obliged probably to take, and with some pieces I would be worried of this buried bishop, but exactly here with the c file open.
I don't know. I think we play rook c1, and somehow still it feels like we have more space.
You have more space, yeah. Yeah.
He will take his time though, because this is not a move you can take back. Yeah.
And he played
something
d3
else,
or something, something very
e3, yeah.
Very slow. Probably e3 would be, yeah. E3 is played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Yeah, because white wants to play d4. That's why I was also, my intuitive reaction after knight c2 was e6, and now after e3, clearly now e6 again is the main candidate. Okay, let me insist already then on following you.
Well, I think here we might try to play d4, because I'm not sure if d5 works out well.
Well, d4 I will take. I have to take.
Yeah, you will take, but your knight is committed to c7 already.
Well, you started this knight c2 business, provoked knight c7. I was not so sure about it, but
I'm not sure. Maybe we take with the knight. Yeah.
You take with the knight. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't want to influence you.
But here you trade the bishops off. No, then we don't want to trade the bishops off.
You don't want, yes.
Then we go e takes d4
and d5.
And this is the key moment where we need some amazing move.
Well, actually, I would say you need a great move, because I'm just
you're
chilling with black.
Yeah, you just want stability, yeah? Just
yes.
Equalize, symmetrical position, nice.
I want nothing creative. No, I'm not in a creative mood. I just want to survive. E6, d5. Let me get the standard position, and then I will play by hand.
All right. Yeah, I think here already you would have to think very seriously. A move that I'm looking at, although this probably justifies the knight on c7. No, I was about to go knight e2, but I think this will not be good. Because
well, this is what I'm dreaming of. I will wake up at some moment after move like knight e2, dc, bc, knight e5. I'm alive.
No,
you know?
there actually I take on a8 and play knight e3. I think the problem might be that you have some kind of dc, bc, b5.
Yes, I also, but definitely I already have, I can maybe even go that way.
I don't know, knight a5, yes, I would think that I take on a8 and play knight e3, and
that
this
was
is what
your
I want.
idea, yes.
Yeah.
But you are scared of b5, yeah?
Yeah.
You are scared of b5.
Or is there d5 here? Maybe there is d5.
Yeah, there's b5, d5. Again, it's too complicated for me to calculate. So
yeah, you don't want that, yeah?
Yes, I'm looking at knight e7 or knight a5, yeah? So I will play both. Let's just quickly try one. Yeah, so this is where you were very happy.
Yeah, takes, I suppose, rook or knight. I don't know. Neither one is really attractive,
yes.
Yeah?
No, here the problem is that the knight belongs to f6. Then, of course, black would be fantastic. Yeah, with this knight on c7. And these are one of these dangers. And you beautifully and very correctly highlighted that there are now absolutely new rules to the position based on this knight. I'm not happy with this. And wait a second. So I should have a good move here, maybe. Just queen d7, rook d8. can I do that?
Perhaps your move, do you think it could be e5?
E5, yeah, interesting. Yeah, because that changes the structure, but okay, this is very...
Knight a5, and here I suppose knight e3, yeah? And again, we are very, very active suddenly.
Very committal, yes.
I am also a little puzzled by the evaluation, because I feel that at least this concept has some soul to it, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is easy to kind of first underestimate it, like, okay, no, this is nothing, it should be fine for black. But
ideally, we want the knight on e3, yeah? We just can't play it immediately.
But wait a second, can I try to play e5 here?
E5
can I do
here?
this? Yeah. Maybe I can. Can I do e5? It's a human move. If I understand your point and I get scared, I get confused, then I might, out of desperation, play e5. I don't want to be desperate, but
I think this is very much possible, yeah?
At least it's kind of a possibility.
Yeah, this is some real tension. Will take a lot of time to work out what the best play is here.
Yeah, I'm not just puzzled because of this evil bias that, okay, why is black better if dc, bc, knight a5 is not the move, and also dc, bc, b5. Let me just try one time this queen d7 or queen e7. Maybe actually I don't even need to...
You don't need to take right away, no, because I will play knight e3 anyway. Yeah?
Yes. So for example, if I just play something stable like this,
I go knight e3.
You play knight e3, I play rook fd8.
Here I might almost be ready to go c5.
Yes,
no?
This is what I'm...
Again, no, yeah?
Again, no, maybe then I'm coming with the bishop.
Possibly, yeah, but let's see. If we don't play c5, do you have an actual idea here that's dangerous? Is dc a threat?
But also, since computer says rook fd8 is maybe unfortunate, let me one time try this, which was like my very natural reaction.
Yeah, and now d4 is hanging.
Hitting the d4 pawn.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with this.
Yeah, this is basically then also already from dc, bc, that is of course the more precise, then I don't give you a chance already to change your mind, even you would never change, but because there is no other follow-up, of course, yeah, it's not because you are stubborn, it's just because there was nothing in the position. But here there was some d5 business, yeah, it's very confusing.
Yeah, you have to be careful there, but that's why I think Vincent is taking his time if he can afford to play this e6 structure.
Yes, let's head back, yeah, e3. This is now the first real moment, the moment of truth, because all this different type of symmetrical, semi-symmetrical kind of positions, if you misjudge them, you can suddenly end up in some trouble. Certainly the players don't want. We have covered it. We see the players thinking. Maybe let's get the bird's eye view in that we catch up on all the action. For example, how did Magnus treat the position?
Look at this, yeah?
Wow, d3, queen d2, f4. We don't know in which move order, but...
I think he started with d3. I think I still saw that one.
Okay, we will check it out a little closer. So, Mursin's influence? I don't think so. Magnus likes to go his way, but kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we also know Magnus, out of all people, probably knows a lot of different setups, and among them, in the symmetrical English, black sometimes goes b6, d6, bishop b7, queen d7.
Yes.
And then maybe he thinks f5 is a sensible idea here. He could follow it up at some point with e3 or another move, and.
But it also could very easily be explained by Magnus that I didn't see another way to fight. And here we can basically stop our analysis of the Niemann-Keimer game because we just look at Nyepo versus Vasila Graf, but Vincent says, no, I'm playing my game. Vincent opted for e5. That's kind of a very committal move. I didn't see that coming at all. But look at the Nyepo Vasila Graf game. That is the professional move. professional position.
Yeah,
E6, D4, takes,
absolutely,
D5.
And this is also why, just to illustrate what Nepo and Vashila Graf have on the board, this is why every top player with white was taking his time, because they all understand that this position, objectively, even if white has the extra tempo still, it cannot be a whole lot.
Yes. But this is shocking now. E5, wow. I would have never imagined the move E5, but who knows? And what I'm a little bit surprised of, that Vincent was not walking around. He did not look at the development in Nepo Vashila Graf, that if these two players are actually believing that this is a sensible way and it looks the most logical, and in the game it seems like white is not showing any idea, then why not to copy? What did bother him?
I think that nothing bothered him. It's just that the kind of, let's say, the pieces are developed far enough that he thinks that symmetry is no longer required to keep the balance. So he thinks that E5 and potentially D6, F5, he can afford to play like this and just kind of get an imbalanced game on his own, while not playing any actually dubious moves.
Yeah, the encounter, there is also a lot of psychology here between Hans and Vincent, because this year Vincent beat Hans in Vaikanze with black, then he beat him in Weissenhaus as well. That was already a very big prestige duel. One could see that Hans was coming, he also had the white pieces, wanted to take revenge at all cost. Vincent won that game as well, and then they had a third encounter in Prague Masters, where Vincent's preparation worked to perfection. He got the upper hand with black, then relaxed, and got into a very unpleasant position that finally, after like 7 hours of play, he managed to hold. So Hans is fighting, he's trying to turn around this thing, but probably also Vincent is gaining confidence out of those games that, lately I have been doing very well against Niemann. These kind of things also influence your choice during the game.
Maybe, yeah, but I think E5 is in itself not a bad choice, because the only piece that wants to move to D5 is the knight, and it can be exchanged right away. So the weakness of the D5 square isn't really pronounced just yet.
Yeah, we had this thematic encounter for the D5, D4 squares, and it was the D4 square that was weak in Magnus's second game round against Alua Nurman. And then we had Magnus here in our studio explaining all the subtleties. Whoever missed out on that, you have a separate video on this masterclass by Magnus Carlsen. I encourage everyone to check that out. You can learn a lot about strategical chess at its finest. So, all right, Hans is taking his time. I find it hard to really evaluate what's going on, because white has different ways of playing, just slowly, step by step. Yeah, then things like d3, put the queen out. I don't know exactly if to d2 or e2, rook d1, there are the typical a3, b4 ideas. I'm also not exactly sure in which move order black exactly wants to treat the position, which are Vincent's main priorities. Clearly, he already has a setup in mind, otherwise you don't play a committal move like e5 just like that.
I'm thinking that e5 might actually encourage white to play f4.
Wow. Okay, you like to pick up the challenges like, you played e5, you think like you stopped my f4. No, I don't think so.
And what I'm thinking of is that the knight on c2 is currently not very good. Like, it's cut off from everywhere, especially by its own e3 pawn. And we do not really have the time to use the d5 square right now. I briefly checked knight d5, but I think it can just be taken. And here we are kind of attacking black's central control, yeah? If at some point the f-pawn gets traded for the e-pawn, d4 might be back on the table. I think it's not a wild attacking move. I just think strategically white kind of improves his control of the position if he trades those pawns.
Well, actually, Hans already played the move knight d5. We will be heading there. First, I just want to mention one move. And please, audience who is a professional chess player who is interested that if white would to move now to f4 one more time, what could be a potential strategical move for white, which would be great achievement? I would be, you know, saying that yes, now white is much better. I love white's position. Of course, Alex knows it immediately. When I mentioned that you can think about one extra move, he knows already in blink of a second. But please, everyone, stop the video if you want to think about it. We don't have time to wait for too long. I believe that f4, f5, and Alex, what do you think? Do you agree with me? Is a big strategical threat.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And just to illustrate a little bit of a funny side on this, let's say black plays d6. We play f5. And let's say black plays some non-move. I don't know, bishop g7. Yeah. I would just like to point out an idea that sometimes is decent. Here it might be too early, but sometimes in these positions you can play bishop takes c6, followed by e4.
Wow, yes, okay, please close your ears, don't listen to Alex, listen to me, yes. He has already played knight c2, e3, brilliance is here, there, but let me just remind everyone about Tony Miles, and it was always, and it was so incredible, fantastic when I was like 15 years old to spend time for him. In such moment, what would he make? He would highlight, I have the e4 square. Exactly, white has the e4. That's why I felt like f5 and game is over, because white kind of got the e4 square. The bishop can go to e4, then we get queen f3, wonderful coordination. We might also opt with the knight to e4. That's what I wanted to highlight, and now you understand
and
how I feel about bishop takes e6, e4.
And I'm trying to ruin everything, yeah.
But that was also for educational purposes, that if the situation would be completely different, then of course you have to keep an open mind, like giving up the brilliant bishop, but takes e4, fixing the structure, and then relying on the jumping knights.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that basically whatever you do, you have to keep black's active options in mind. Oh, I thought you would never make this move. I thought you would just refuse to.
No, but the reason, you know, if I would have felt like computer will give advantage for black, then I would have not shown it. But I was thinking in my mind, and I thought like, yeah, white is not risking that much. Alex mentioned it. I will show it.
It's by no means necessary. I just wanted to point out
yes.
that sometimes it's enough to heavily restrict all the pieces, as the bishop on c6 and knight on c7 will struggle very much to get into the game. In this case, it's not necessary, and as Peter said, we had the beautiful e4, d5 squares. There was no reason to give them up. But,
you see already my arrows that if white pawn would be on d3 and bishop on d2, I would be jumping on this position. Yeah, then it's perfect harmony. I'm a little bit worried for that bishop on a1. Black has the dark square bishop, which can maybe be activated on h6. Maybe on some h5, bishop h6 with some kind of counterplay. Very interesting. I think we are becoming stronger players just by looking and analyzing this position. Very nice. But let's head to the live board, because people might be thinking, okay, two brilliant players are playing, the move knight d5 had been played, and these guys here are speculating about some abstract kind of stuff. No, okay, knight d5, back to earth. This is the moment, and Vincent is taking his time. Can somebody please tell Hans, the battle has nothing to do on the table. It's not just because it disturbs us, commentators and audience. Even as a player, I always feel like when my opponent puts the battle there, I tell him, excuse me, can you please remove it? I like, you know, that everything is covered. I will never put a table on the, I will put one glass next to the board, and we have full focus, just no distractions.
I feel, Peter, you are used to a very different kind of tournaments than I am.
Yeah, I used to play Linares all the time, yeah, with Gary. You can imagine.
And if you're used to something else where you have like one square meter around you, and you have to make do with it, then you either put it on the table or you knock it over every time you stand up. There's only those two options. Yes. I know that generally in games with live transmission and cameras on the players, it is common. For example, in Vaikanze, also they have these little tables next to the chessboard where you can put all your things. It is a luxury that you don't always get during tournaments, but it's nice to use when it is there.
I remember when the World Rapid and Blitz Championship was in Berlin, 2015. I think one of the main sponsors of the event was the Isklar mineral water. And I was playing on stage. I don't know exactly when it was, around 5 or 6. And because it was the sponsor, the bottle was on the table. And okay, I'm sitting at the table before the round starts. I of course put down the bottle. Yeah, I want clarity. I did not touch my opponent's bottle that was there. And then the game starts. And I see that the hostess lady puts it back there. Okay, I remove it automatically. Then she puts it back, and then like after the third or fourth try, I realize that okay, I have to give up this fight because I have an opponent to play, and it's a rapid time control. I played against Gigalco. I mixed up the move order in the Italian with black. I got under some pressure. I had to fight to equalize and make a draw. And I still have it in my mind, you know, this, I couldn't believe, no, what is happening, you know.
Yeah, but, we see Vincent play d6.
D6, yeah, he just wants to wait.
I would say I'm just a little bit surprised by this move because now white is in time to play any kind of d4 that he desires, either with taking or without. What I initially disliked about knight d5 is that you could take immediately and play knight e7, but perhaps there is some very direct way to punish this.
This position, yes?
Yeah.
But the knight on e7, maybe can we just play e4 and play this position?
Yeah, I wasn't sure that if we go d6 here and white goes something like f4, is this a good version for white? Probably it is, yeah?
I feel that it is, yeah, because your bishops are so much more mobile, and also this knight is brilliant, yeah? It's joining the party on e3, ready to head to g4, support f5.
Yeah, so we see most of the time the most direct move like knight d5 is actually good, and very good judgment by Hans here.
Yeah, but that's why I'm like shocked that why on earth do you at all give your opponent the chance to create some imbalance when seemingly after the professional move, e6, everything is solid and stable. Something had to bother Vincent.
Well, I can tell you that it won't bother you, but after e6, you will never beat a strong player with black.
I don't want to.
Precisely, yeah?
Yes, especially I'm 5 out of 5. I don't think that e5 is a winning attempt at all. It's
but Hans is also 5 out of 5.
Yeah, exactly. Like so I encourage him that, okay, yes, my opponent is very good. He understands that he can play the symmetry. And then we will most probably after move 20 shake hands. We are both happy. We have some rest.
And
we recharge.
Magnus will catch up to us.
Well, many other people. But anyway, sooner or later, people will catch up. You cannot expect to win all the games on this level against brilliant opponents.
You can't expect it, but Vincent wants to try. And I ask you, how many spots are there qualifying for the Freestyle World Championship?
Well, only the first or the placement behind Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatov. We have to highlight that there was a FIDE Freestyle World Championship taking place in middle of February in Weissenhaus. And there we have the graphic that the three female players are qualifying. Yeah, so that's why we see so many female players fighting here and giving their best because they want to be part of it. And in the open section, it is a brutal scenario. Actually, as Arkady Dvorkovich told me, of course we would have liked to give 3 spots or more than 1 spot. I'm not exactly sure about 3, but since they gave the ladies 3, then I think it is kind of logical that that would apply to the open section as well. Just because of the candidates, FIDE had this kind of dilemma that, okay, what do we do? And this was like the compromise that only 1 qualifying spot comes from this tournament, because otherwise the players who play the candidates are handicapped.
And so here we are, yeah? We also saw Vincent against Georg Meyer pushing his luck quite a bit, and up to the very end, because he understands that every half point that he can squeeze out anywhere will be needed to fight for this one first place.
Yes. So I'm just putting another... no, we are the bird's eye view. Yeah. That is the perfect thing for us to have, because the action is slow, and if the action is slow, then it is kind of nice to not go very deep into a game, but have an overview. Wow, h5 played by Maxim, by MVL. I wouldn't have guessed this move at all. Certainly has a purpose somewhere.
I think Nepo already, by his time management, you can feel maybe he's not feeling the flow as much as before, and in this position it's hard to blame him. So I think here he might just kind of play something symmetrical like h4 and try to squeeze out some advantage, but it will be very hard against Maxime, who is obviously very, very solid. And in fact, probably has played symmetrical English setups against 1c4 or knight f3
Yes.
as a Grunfeld player.
He has, yeah, because he has identical repertoire than myself, and I recall a couple of games. He was even playing it with white, yeah, so it shows that. And in the Hans game, actually, I'm kind of curious, is Vincent counting on the move knight e6? Because this is a thematic kind of motive in many of these English lines in c4, c5 that I'm playing, that you allow your opponent to play d4 and then you play knight e6, touch this d4 pawn, and after dc, dc, you trade the dark square bishops. It looks like it's dangerous. White has knight on d5, but then there will be no way for white to stop black's knight jumping to d4, and then later on black will always have the chance to decide when do I eliminate that d5 knight with my bishop and rely on the d4 knight versus the bishop on d5. That's a strategical idea as well.
Yeah, I think Vincent will have some options here to figure it out. We should maybe also have a look around. I see some very asymmetrical positions, most notably in Hausrat up to Soterov. We see that, what do you even describe this as? Yeah, I'm not sure what to think there. It's a
Yeah, it is the typical position where you just cannot evaluate it, because if you look at strategical terms only, then black is doing great because white has isolated pawns, weaknesses and so on, but this is freestyle, and look at this battery, queen b2, bishop a1, lining up against the bishop on h8, which means that black is restricting of opening up his bishop with g6, and this brings so much more new dynamics to the position that we are used to, and that it's a very unbalanced kind of position. Maybe Abdusatov is very happy about it, that yes, I know it's tricky, it's interesting for white, but I'm the stronger player. This gives me the chance to outsmart my opponent at some point.
Maybe, yeah. We also see white has kind of potential to maybe move his central pawns with something like d3, e4, restricting the knight, or develop the knight to a3 again to keep up this battery. As long as it's there, I think Abdusatov will have to be a bit careful.
Wow, look at computer's evaluation. The seemingly nothing game Nepo MVL, which is so symmetrical, and one could argue that if it's symmetrical, then it should at least benefit a little bit white. 0-30 advantage for black, according to computer. The reason why I'm highlighting this is that I had a game against Rajabov in 2013 in Rhodes, in European Club Cup, and I was Team Vichy before the match against Magnus Carlsen, and I decided not to show any, of course, of our preparations. I did not want to play e4, and I want to play c4. And Rajabov played c5, I played g3, he played g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, and I played this tricky little move, fourth move e3, which basically leads to symmetry, but it leads to a symmetry that black plays e6, white plays d4, cdd, d5, and then we get this cd structure with all the pieces on the board, yeah, because otherwise black captures with the knight on d5 later on and trades one piece, and it's immediately shaken.
Yeah, if you could not follow that, we basically get the structure from Nepo MVL.
Exactly. So the structure is this. Anyone after can set it up, because the point will be not move per move. I'm just saying that this was the split of the position. So we get this symmetrical position. I play knight c6, knight e2, castles, castles, and I'm white. I have the extra tempo, and I'm playing for advantage. I'm thinking for like 45 minutes, how do I play? I somehow try something wrong, and 2 moves later, I'm not just worse, I'm kind of lost. And I remember that it was like horrible feeling, and that's exactly why people maybe have misunderstood. I love Luki and we have incredible relationships, so if anybody was thinking that I was trolling him, no, absolutely not. I actually had my game against Rajabov in my mind that it was one of the craziest moves that positions that I ever ended up like losing from symmetrical position with a tempi up. And I'm still thinking like how much of an idiot I was, that you can get carried away, that seemingly you do the stuff and you are fighting for something and then you create target for your opponent, and there you have it. By the time I told this story, something breaking news happened. Daniel Hausrat played the move d3 and I think blundered queen e8, which Nodiebek instantly blitzed out, hitting the e3 pawn and the b5 pawns. And White has trouble here. White is in a lot of trouble. And by the way, if we take queen takes b5, then the diagonal will be also eliminated.
Yeah, I think we also have them on camera, and we see Daniel Hausrat. He clearly missed this move. Just a bit premature. He might have played some knight a3 first and prepared this d3 e4 idea. That's why what we are pointing out and what the players have to see is sometimes in a whole different world, because if we make a mistake, we click the back arrow and we try again, but they only have one shot at these things. And sometimes you blunder this one move, queen e8, not a very standard double attack, and now you have to struggle to somehow keep the game alive.
Yeah, and it is not only that this is a shock on the position. If Nyepo starts to walk around there and looks at it and he sees that there was a blunder, grimaces will be coming. I know, for example, Garry Kasparov, yeah, he was famous for this, that when he played in a tournament, he wanted everyone to play good. And there was this moment I will never forget in my life. It was the Bosna tournament in Sarajevo in 1999. It was my second, this absolute elite tournament with a 2700 rating, where I had 26.99, and exactly after this tournament I became 2700. Very memorable. And I played against Nigel Short, and it was e4. I played c6. Nigel played knight c3. I played d5. And then here Nigel was kind of moving on his chair. He touched the d pawn and put it on d3, like he did not have enough power to put it on d4 to play the classical Caro-Kann. And exactly at that moment, Garry was behind Nigel, and only I saw his face. And the grimace that Garry showed after the move d3 signaled to me that, guys, you immediately go out to the park and continue the game there. You have no right to be on the stage. And it influenced my play. I wanted to do something extravagant with black, and after move 6 I was losing. I did some g6, bishop g7, knight f6 provocation, and got e5, f4, f6, queen e2, fe hc, knight h6, fe5, and I was completely busted. So these grimaces, even I was like almost a 2700 player already, top 10 in the world. Garry influenced me. Yeah, these guys are just so intimidating.
Well, I never had the experience of facing Kasparov in any game or other context, so I will take your word for it, but I think Daniel Hausrat has enough problems without being intimidated by Nepo right now.
Yes, well, you can just check out the Queen of Chess, and Garry is involved there. He gives also statements and everything. It's fantastic. Also the footages from the old times. You can see and feel, you know, you don't have a personal touch, but you will feel all the energy that what was surrounding Garry, and still is. Yeah, very exceptional person and an incredible player.
I think actually we have another very interesting position on board 4 between Duda and Saric.
Yeah, that is very interesting. This is the Benoni type of stuff. I want to ask you, Alex, you are the absolute master of this kind of stuff. Please explain us, and maybe we can even get the big board up so that I will be able to highlight with arrows everything that and make the moves that you tell us.
You call it a Benoni, and we definitely have the pawn structure for it, but as we see, Duda has absolutely no standard Benoni ideas in mind. He just went g2, g4, probably does not intend to castle short, just keeping the king on f1. Maybe he will go rook g3. Actually, rook g3, queen h6 is a very dangerous direct idea. And this will not play out like a Benoni at all. White, I think, will try to develop an initiative on the king side.
Wait a second, isn't this the position exactly as you mentioned that we have had this king f1, rook g1, bishop h1 construction, and there Duda played d3 and later with g4 against Schnitzer.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, so he's this original customer that you guys can play your symmetries, whatever. He did spend even more than 10 minutes on his first move. I want to get confirmation. Looking from the side like, I'm happy. I just played g4, please go on.
Yeah, and I believe that he will need some time to get the a1 knight back into the game, but in general, if we look at this, the d5 pawn, its main purpose is that black's pieces can't really join the defense so easily. Yeah, the c7 knight they can't go to e6 or anywhere else. The a8 bishop really can't go anywhere right now. The c8 rook is also locked in. All of these pieces will not be defending the king. So Duda might have a window here to go directly at it and provoke some weaknesses. Because if black has to play something like f6, rook f7 to defend the h7 pawn, then I think this will be a strategic achievement.
Yes, very interesting. Just very quickly to understand, how did this happen? And Ivan Saric, who had this crazy game yesterday, the thunder hit him in the post-mortem discussion with Nihal, that he missed something. Would be so
here
nice
we have
to
this
know.
again, yeah.
The
Duda
knight
also
c2.
putting the knight on c2, trying to break the symmetry right away.
Castles d4, g6, oh lo lo yo 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 yo, no, allowing d5.
What is the alternative though? Because
Well, he should have been thinking before. No, this is already too late. d5 and white has the strategically winning position. He might have thought that the knight takes on a1 and this is then far away, but white has now all the time in the world to establish the grip.
You know what I would consider here instead of e6? I would consider going e5 actually and d6.
To close line. But okay, still with the bishop on it, and I will probably play g4 anyway, yeah, Duda style.
It's
some
possible,
moment.
yeah. I just feel like here, even if you are actually worse by computer evaluation, it's always very hard to kind of prove it decisively.
Yeah, and then you play knight d7, knight to g7. Yeah, this kind of typical stuff.
I just know that I'm always bothered by this when King's Indian players kind of ball up like this, and we have to play a long game no matter what.
Or sometimes in simul, some nice, very sympathetic grandfather sits there with his setup. He has already played thousands of games. He knows all the motifs, and good luck breaking it. Yes, I have had the privilege of fighting such games. So yes, e6, knight c3, ed cd, d6. That's the transformation. Of course, Ivan Staric is a very dynamic player. This we have already seen. If anyone had not known Saric too much before, yesterday's game against Nihal, only those glimpses that we saw of that game already shows you and gives you the picture that yes, he is always fighting for the initiative. Knight c7, a4, a6, g4, that's how we reach this position. By the way, even somewhere some g5, knight e4, knight f6 business, of course, yeah, keeping in mind not to blunder the d5 pawn, but just highlighting different long-term ideas.
Yeah, we see Duda definitely not thinking just in standard patterns here. And we also see that the computer kind of likes the idea that he's playing for here. I think also rook g3 at least is a kind of a safe move. You can play that even if you don't intend to attack. You just activate the rook, keep it flexible. Knight c2, you can play a lot of moves that do not really commit to the attack where you would have to deliver, and then just see how black reacts. If black ignores your attempts and just plays something like b5, then you might get the time to mount an actual attack.
Yes, and one thing that I always find a little bit scary, and there you go, queen h4, immediately anticipating those potential problems there.
That is very risky, though.
Yeah, leaves the d6 pawn unprotected, yeah?
Not just that, I'm thinking, if I go rook g3, do you take h2?
Wow. Learning all the motifs, yeah? Very quickly.
it's possible that you just take it, yeah, and after bishop g2 you just say there is no threat
No,
whatsoever.
no, I
but,
cannot take. No, 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 no.
Yeah,
no.
but then I'm just surprised by queen h4. Perhaps the idea is to keep the g4 pawn under fire.
Or maybe he was already worried of the g5 and then the queen is locked. I don't know. It's.
We could also just see rook ce8 on the next, potentially.
Yeah, potentially rook c8, bishop b7, bishop c8 would be kind of also a typical regrouping. The bishop has nothing to do on a8 at the moment, unless he can really put pressure on the d5 pawn.
Yeah, so strangely enough, I think queen h4 is not an attacking move, yeah? It is just a move that enables him to coordinate better.
Yes, and I think the justification is that after queen f3 he wants to go f5, because I don't think that waiting passively would be an option. I'm imagining, no, not f5?
f5 is probably a decent move, yeah?
Well, f5 looks like the move in the spirit. I'm expecting evil bar. Apparently, after queen f4 there is something.
I mean, we might just be able to play a slow move, yeah, with f5 in the back pocket.
Yeah, but I felt like I'm hitting the pawn, but I can never play knight e4. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so even if you
yes.
play a kind of sad-looking move like rook cd8, yeah,
Yes.
but it doesn't necessarily mean that the position is very good for white suddenly.
Yeah, but it's no, okay. Probably it is some very special move. In any case, it's all not important because we don't need this queen f4 business. Rook g3 looks like a very natural kind of alternative.
You know what I think might be even better? Queen takes h2 might be so little of a threat that we
Because,
can
yeah,
play bishop f3 anyway, or bishop g2 after
Yes,
it. So,
so
we
you
might just play
bring-
knight c2, yeah?
Yeah, we just bring the knight.
Yeah.
I also have this feeling that I would love to start bringing that knight, because if the knight reaches the e3 square, it might look stupid, like what is it doing? Well, first of all, it might go to c4. The reason why I said stupid, black clearly in Benoni will push the pawn to b5, but then we will open up the freer way for a knight to jump to e4, because the knight on e3 will be guarding the d5 pawn. It is very promising.
Yeah, it is also kind of, in a way, we kind of move all the pieces over to the king side, and suddenly we start attacking, yeah? No subtlety whatsoever, but if it works, you have to deal with it.
Yes, it is promising. But Duda seems to have the strategy of really investing a lot of time, and if Sotiris could maybe highlight also here that what were all these longest things, I think would be very instructive, because we have seen yesterday and also before that Duda taking his time, and there we see Duda 8 minutes 43 for d4, first move c4 already more than 8 minutes, g4, kind of, I like this time management. Of course, finally one can argue that, wait a second, yeah, Peter, what are you talking about? This means that he will end up in time trouble. Yes, it will be an eternal time trouble. However, it is Duda. Yeah, Jan Krzysztof Duda is extremely good with little time on the clock. Important for him to have the right direction of the game, and he has the confidence that, especially with 30 seconds increment, I can any scenario just give me a good position.
Yeah, you see, it's kind of the counter approach to what Nepo is usually doing. We see Nepo playing super fast and confident and trying to kind of blow his opponent off the board. And Duda has this kind of very well-measured approach. He is thinking deeply, and he thinks that I just need to kind of hit the first moves, and if I get the first 20 moves in correctly, then the rest I will manage with little time, because my position will already be very good. We see both approaches can work. Both players are very, very good, and they make them work. It's just you have to find out for yourself which one comes naturally to you.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the key. Copying anyone never works. Yeah, you have to. Everybody's individual. Everybody has his own preference. Finally, the game of chess, having the inner balance. Yeah, also with the time management, with everything, it's very individual. So please pay attention what you feel, and don't think, okay, this guy does this and he's my favorite player, then I have to copy it. It might not suit you at all. Enjoy his games, enjoy his behavior, but don't try to copy it if it is not something to your spirit. All right, we have covered it. Let's get back to the bird's eye view, and then we decide where to go next. Vincent, did he? Yeah, Vincent actually goes for this line that I mentioned, the typical knight e6 idea. Trade on a1, the knight is heading to d4. That was the thing that he envisioned by going e5. I even feel like maybe I influenced that move, that decision a bit, because I think I showed in some of my lines that is this construction.
Peter, I believe we might have a result soon on board 6.
Yes. A pawn endgame, white is a pawn up, but it's a complete fortress, right?
Not quite a complete fortress yet, but once the king walks over to b7, I think it will be. And yeah, Morzin and Dominguez found some way to trade off a lot of pieces in the blink of an eye. And Morzin is still looking for ways to pose problems, but I think this pawn endgame will be drawn shortly.
I think that we will even have to revisit that game quickly, because I believe Lenny has shown some very high class in that game. Yeah, this f4 finally it bothered him a bit, and he made a nice positional pawn sacrifice. Yeah, I think that we'll have to pay tribute to that, and it is very instructive. And king d3 is a move that kind of signals that I know it is a fortress. I'm not even trying to head towards the queen side with king b3, king a4, because it brings anyway no benefit. And Lenny is just sitting and waiting. The whole point is that whenever white pushes a4, then black plays a5, just to block everything. As long as white does not touch anything on the queen side, black just moves around with his king.
Yeah, and both players understand this, and probably they will just kind of call it. Well, I want to say call it an early night, but they still have one more game even after this one, so it might not be too bad for either of them to get some rest in before.
Yeah. Okay. So Lenny is just waiting, looking at the positions on top 6 boards. I feel like we have to head to Magnus, because there is the most action. Okay, the most action is clearly in Hausrat versus Abdusatulov, because white blundered the pawn, but
he is making the most of it.
Exactly. He knows that he blundered. He has nothing to lose anymore. He has to look for activity. He has to try to somehow create problems for black. And let's not forget, the bishop on h8 is still buried behind that pawn on g7. And whenever black plays g6 and the bishops are freed, then suddenly the dark squares could be potentially weakened around the king. That's what Dania is counting on. But the most action clearly is in, strategically speaking, in the Carlsen Sarana game. So maybe that's a good moment.
We can go there. And if I see this correctly, Sarana is almost 40 minutes up on the clock.
Well, Sarana is famous for playing quickly.
Yeah, but Magnus isn't really famous for playing slowly. Yeah?
Yes. So but he wants to win the game, and he's looking for chances. Yeah, there we see the graphic, the clock times.
Yeah, he has been building up his time advantage, and so far Magnus has respected that a lot. We see also 4 out of 5 longest things in this game go to Carlsen's side, so by a fair margin.
Yeah, but also by the graphic. Can we maybe get that graphic one more time, Sotiris, because it was so instructive. I just wanted to highlight this is almost like a stock market kind of stuff. Look at this, that around move 5, it dropped. Yeah, after some earning reports, the investors were not satisfied. They dumped it, and then slowly it's trying to stabilize. And after that, move 5, 6, 7 were the critical moments. And ever since, yeah, he's spending a little bit of time, but now he's walking already. He has the direction, and the stock is mounting a comeback. Yeah, it's just a matter of time, and things will stabilize.
Yeah, I think Carlsen is also someone who historically has always resisted being in severe time trouble. So I think he would rather play a few quick moves to stay on 10-15 minutes than have to play them in unknown conditions when he only has the 1 or 2.
Yeah, and if we look at this position, then it looks very reminiscent to Magnus Carlsen playing with the black piece against Alua Nurman, and there it was Magnus Carlsen who provoked this c4, e4 kind of structure, leaving the d4 weakness behind. And now we see the difference, yeah, and that's why you have to understand why things are happening. There is just no black knight going to d4, one pair of knights had been already traded. This we will quickly check how we reached here. The knight on f6 is far away from action, and very importantly, white was able to keep the light square bishop with this e4 kind of move, keeping the tension, and of course the bishop on f3 guards the king and covers the center, puts some pressure on the position. Let's see how we got here. g3, g6, all this we have seen. And then Magnus at some point played this d3, queen d2, f4 kind of stuff. e6, queen d2, bishop g7. This move surprises me a bit because it feels like black will anyway need to castle. Then why do you have to waste a tempo on bishop g7? It's just a little thought that kind of surprises me. f4 is played, f5 blocking, knight f3 harmonious, castles, e4. All right, so Magnus is trying to create something, but interesting that he does not castle first, yeah, that you just don't play e4 immediately. There is certainly some point behind. He was afraid that if he castles, then black is in time to play knight d4.
But he replied castles to knight d4 in the game anyway, so that can't really be it.
Yeah. Then d5 is maybe a move that d5, knight g5, knight
d5,
c7.
knight g5, I think you would not think about knight c7, knight takes e6 is already serious, I believe.
Yes. I know, I'm just trying to understand why Magnus started like this. Maybe just wanted to be fancy. He played e4, knight d4 jumps in, white castles, and then the knights, one pair of knights will be traded. After knight e2 takes. Also the dark square bishop got traded off. How natural is we take, or is knight f6 a valid candidate, or we just feel like then the bishop is... I think it's a kind of difficult strategical decision, no? There is also some merit of keeping the bishop.
I would think that knight f6 is also a very, very good move. So, at the very least, because we kind of keep a piece that can occupy d4.
Yeah, and also we kind of put some pressure on the e4 pawn. I don't know, okay, we don't have time and we have live action, so we won't be speculating, just highlighting that always pay attention. It's not obligatory that you trade the bishops, but he went along this line, takes, knight f6, knight c3, queen d7, rook e1, and rook cd8 played. That's
still
the
a
live
very,
position.
very, very solid position for black, yeah. White has a little bit of space. And potentially even something like d4 could be a move, yeah?
Yes, d4 is hanging in the air. The big question is that, okay, white gets something, but will it be very drawish after takes everything and d5? Let me just quickly highlight what went through my mind. It might be premature, but it's one of the first things. I'm even maybe ready to sacrifice a pawn. Yeah, there is the handshake in Murzin versus Lenier Dominguez. I just want to highlight that d5, queen takes c6, takes, d takes c4, b takes c4. This feels super drawish to me. And it could very easily be, for example, Sarana's way of thinking that with rook c8, I have this exit. I might not need to take it, but I have it.
Yeah, also I think Sarana is a player at a level of technique that even Magnus would struggle to really pose problems to him here. This isn't the kind of situation where like the stronger player grinds out to win in 100 moves. Here, I think Magnus will try to avoid these,
yes,
because the probability of it just being a draw is very, very high.
Exactly. These isolated pawns, the pawn on f4 also weakens the second rank. Black has multiple ways to play, so it's not like black has to be super precise. I think black can just play step by step slowly. Even then it should be easy draw. So rook cd8 played. Sarna in his trademark fast pace, 1 hour 2 minutes on the clock versus Magnus is 26.5. Yeah, the position simplified. It has the tendency to even simplify further, which necessarily is not a great news for Magnus, because then things are getting very drawish.
I'm thinking, Peter, is a black d5 move on the cards if you give it time for something like, I was thinking to double the rooks on the e-file or something like this, but...
like rook e2?
Rook e2, let's say, yeah, just basically a pass move. Is d5 a serious option or not?
Well, we have to think about the consequences of d5, e5, yeah? That are we happy or not?
I was hoping that there might be d4, but perhaps that's just not the case.
Because against Magnus, I would be very worried to change the character of the position if...
Yeah, I mean, here we are almost obliged to go d4, I believe, yeah?
Yeah, that was your kind of idea, but also there is this... Okay, you think that if I just move with the knight to b5, then you will be fine?
At least I don't see a reason why this is worse than kind of waiting for Magnus to find the perfect moment to play d4.
Mm-hmm. And so intuitively ef I don't like, because d takes c3 should be fine for black, no?
Yeah, we take d3. I think this will be another one of those situations where actually here we have to pay a bit of attention, yeah?
Yeah,
still, I think something like bishop.
I believe this is draw. You can just take and, I don't know, play queen f7.
I thought so too, but there's some queen e5, rook d8. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there is some tension in the position, but...
But in general, these are pretty drawish. If you exchange the knights, open up the position.
Yes. So there's a lot to think for Magnus. Yeah, we know that he thinks like he needs to win this game, because otherwise he falls behind. But this is one thing that you want to win the game. If you want to win the game, that does not lead automatically to a win.
Yes, sometimes your opponent does too, or at the very least they do not want to lose.
Exactly. So it will be interesting. The evil bar says that white has some chances for an advantage.
But I'm not sure how reliable that is, because I think it actually did not move after the move rook e2, so it is one of the best moves. And we do not, well, to me it doesn't feel like it puts a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's not an easy... Well, basically you have to be Magnus Carlsen to create something out of this position, because especially being more than half on the clock and your clock is ticking, and this is an early morning game, I'm not sure that is Magnus in early morning games as good as in the afternoons? That's another question mark, and this is already the third day that we are playing at 10 o'clock in the morning.
We also see Sarana actually getting up from the board, walking around. So Magnus might be in a situation that he's kind of used to usually be on the stronger side here in terms of clock management. And we'll see. I think it will be very difficult for him to create serious problems with his clock ticking down, because at some point every strong player needs to do some serious calculation and make sure that what they have in mind actually works.
Yeah, I also have this experience. I played with Sarana a couple of times. That it's kind of irritating, you know, that because his chess is, he goes for complex positions, yeah. So he gives opponent plenty of reasons to think, yeah. And I played with him recently at the Olympiad, yeah. And Magnus takes ef5. He clarifies the structure. He wants some clarity. And I was burning time. I was thinking like for half an hour for one move, for important decision. I make my move. I want to get up. He comes to the board and he almost a tempo makes his move. And I feel like an idiot that, I mean, is this position only complex for me, or what is going on?
What was I thinking about?
Yes,
yeah?
And his secret, I think, is that he usually plays type of positions, yeah? So the positions that he plays, he gets on his board, usually has plenty of experience with. And I remember that I was like, please, spend some time. I want to go to the restroom. I want to look around a bit, you know, because it's not just looking around, but it calms your nerves, yeah, that it's not only you are facing some problems, other people are also thinking. I always get some energy, comfort out of this, walking around, and I'm ready for the rest of the game, and my clock was ticking all the time. Yeah. And I know that he's a very nice guy. That's the other thing, so I cannot even be angry at him, because I know that he's extremely kind.
We have actually some trades.
Yeah,
Magnus goes for the direct approach here.
Takes, and d4. This actually, in my mind, makes sense. Yeah, and this, I think, one more time proves everyone that we are not. We try at least not to be affected by computer's evaluation. We are trying to be open-minded and share our kind of vision, even if sometimes we look premature. That why the evil bar says white is better, why they don't understand. No, we are trying to give our own perspective. And I feel that it's kind of a natural way of releasing the tension at the same time still keeping some life in the position. What is your feeling?
Well, I feel that this wasn't Magnus's first choice. This was kind of the choice he settled on to maybe pose some problems that cannot be dealt with in kind of by hand, like simplifying to a pawn down rook endgame that is very drawish. That is a decision that you can do almost automatically. And here, at least, we have to think: is d5 a threat? Is d takes c5 a threat? We have to see what are white's ideas, and it's not so simple to deal with it. Yeah, the e6 square is kind of a little bit of a soft spot in black's camp.
Rook e8. Will he play rook e8?
Will
Rook
he?
a8 he played.
That is a move I was maybe going to suggest, but I was thinking: is d5 an actual idea for white or not?
Yeah, d5, then he will move to 8. But this is one more. This is exactly the scenario that happened to me. That, okay, I make a very tough decision. I think, okay, I spent half an hour, I'm not an idiot. I'm thinking, and then he makes
and then he just plays the move instantly.
A logical, good move, but it was not my main move for my opponent. It was like my second. So basically, if I know that this is his move, I could have spared 20 of my minutes and played my move earlier. And it makes you so angry that, okay, and I know that the time trouble is coming, and I know every time I play a game of chess, my wife tells me, Peter, good, okay, play, but don't get into time trouble.
We have a Nihal Sarin themed chair on our screen right now.
Yeah, that is absolutely justified. Nihal deserves a number, and he has to be a member. I guess this is for the word esports. Or not, I don't know exactly, I'm just speculating, but knowing that he's an incredible speech chess specialist, everybody wants to have him in his team. It's very nice to see if he has some great deal going on there. It was a clever choice, picking him.
Yeah. And we see that, I believe, is Magnus thinking?
Yeah, he's
no, I think Sarana's clock is ticking. So Magnus
because Rook F3 happened, yes. Okay, now finally Sana is taking his time. We have seen Nihal. I want to check out his game for a second. Wait,
yeah, this game will not be very fast-paced now that Magnus chose to simplify it a bit.
Nihal against Chigaev. That was this very special kind of early deviation from all the others.
Yeah, we had a very imbalanced position, and we also see that white got what he wanted on the queen side. He won a pawn, he's very active there, while black opened up the king side, is looking for counterplay against the king. I think this is a kind of position where all three results are possible, and in fact a position that both players will enjoy. And we see that they both have still quite a bit of time, so they were playing with, let's say, reasonably fast for the type of complications that they had to go through here.
Yeah, if we just think about what Chigaev went through the last 3 rounds, yes, now he's facing Nihal Sarin. Well, Nihal looks surprised. What happened there? Something under the table? What's going on?
Yeah, maybe some off-the-board games.
Yes, because yeah, it looked like they were both kind of sorry. Maybe they kicked each other on the table. The situation is that Chigaev had that game against his best friend Fedoseev, which he won. I had breakfast with Fedoseev this morning, and I told him that we called out on our broadcast that one G3 deserved the fair play prize, and he deserves another fair play prize for telling me that it was not done on purpose. He just did not understand that d4 is the best move. Okay, I thought, okay, this guy is just too good as a person. First, he doesn't go g3, and then he does not even want to take credit for it. Okay, but then the whole world is not yet lost. There is hope for humanity. No, kudos for Fedoseev. So yeah, Chigaev beat actually his good friend. Then he got overexcited against Hans Niemann. After being 4 out of 4, sacrificed the piece for no reason. It looked nice, but Hans made it look easy to refute it, went on to win, and now as a special reward, 10 o'clock in the morning, black game against Nihal Sarin.
I think he will. The 10 o'clock in the morning will affect Nihal as well. I played Bundesliga with him, and he was, as many people, not too happy about the 10 o'clock morning rounds. But we'll see. I think they have a very, very sharp position here. And I'm not even sure what exactly to do, because Black has a lot of ideas against the king and also attacking the c4 pawn here. I would instinctively want to take Black because he is, I think, quite a bit more active. But on the other hand, White has an extra pawn. It's a very, very tense game, and I think it will stay this way.
And look at the preparation in Iha. He's trying to wake up. Nobody is fresh, believe me. Third day of double run, 10 o'clock in the morning. Things are heating up. There is plenty to calculate. You cannot rely on your hand. Super sharp position. Yes, you have to do stretching. You have to somehow make your blood circulate so that you will be able to handle the scenario. It's very nice to see this playing hall kind of camera angle. For example, Dina Wagner is there next to Nihal Sarin playing with the white pieces. We had against King Luke. That's another very interesting pairing there.
Are you sure that's Dinara?
It is Dinara, no?
I have very poor facial recognition, but okay.
It is. No, don't confuse me because it's early morning. But
okay, I had dinner with her 2 days ago. I should know, yeah.
No, but I had dinner yesterday with Dennis and Dinara.
Yeah, there she is. Okay, now I recognize her. Fair enough.
Yes, good, good. Okay.
All right. Now we also saw Georg Meyer on the board behind her.
Exactly, Georg Meyer. Let me even try to find Dinara's game, if we have for a second, because Dinara against
she's playing against Luke.
Luke van Wely.
And again, we have a kind of English setup, yeah?
Yeah, but this suits Luke very much, all this maneuvering. He's a strategical maestro. He enjoys this kind of stuff. And here the clock situation also. Yeah, you remember against Nyepo, he was burning time, and he got into time trouble this case. By the way, it was like a complete shocker that Nyepo then rushed, and the unpleasant position turned out to be very good for Luke, but he was in time trouble. And I read in the chess.com report, I think my very good friend, dear friend, Rafael Leitao was analyzing it, that there were 2 moves which were almost winning for Luke that he missed during the game. But both were like knight moves, knight d2 back, or knight c5 from back to d3. And I haven't seen them, we haven't seen them, and also Luke missed them. In any case, shout out to Luke. It's always nice to see him in action, and this is very much his position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see a lot of the games have this kind of position, and a lot of options for both sides. And if you can deal with that well, this might be your position this round.
And Gata Kamsky, if we are already next to Gata, let's very quickly visit. This is a dream come true. Gata finally has a center, because he decided not to play principal chess anymore, so very often he gives up the center immediately just to fight some, just to eliminate any kind of main opening preparation. Now he's enjoying this position, and what a tournament it is. We have so many legends. Next to Gata Kamsky, Badul Jobava is playing against Lila Yavakishvili, which is a Georgian duel. No matter where we look, where we go, we cannot miss out on great players. They are everywhere. All right, but let's head back probably to Hans Niemann against Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, our
wow, wait a second. The evil
board.
bar says something is happening. Are we coming to the right moment?
Knight f3. Cheap shot.
Wow, and look at this. We just came back at the right moment. Knight f3 was played. What a shock. Hans cannot believe it. A seemingly very simple kind of drawish position. Early morning, 10 o'clock, and knight d4 to f3. Wow. Wow, no, this is completely crazy.
Yeah, we see these are the kind of one movers you kind of, if you're in shape and you woke up properly, you rely on automatically avoiding them, because you can't every move check just what are the forced moves. And here, just one time out of 100, it slipped past Hans' attention.
Oh my God, yeah, because this is a game changer, potentially a tournament changer. This is the kind of blunder you don't want to see and you don't want to wish to your enemies as well. Like, this is just crazy. We know how it feels. It's all written on Hans's face. He cannot believe it.
I think he will play rook takes f3,
Yeah,
rook
he
e1,
will.
king g2, and f7 is hanging. He might get queen c3, and he will try to find some counter chances there. But in general, this should be a technical win from now on.
Look at Nyapo, it's coming, cannot believe, and he looks the trademark Nyapo that, wow, cheapo, the cheapo on the top board happened.
Yeah, you see, even the greatest players can sometimes fall into these things.
Yeah, Vincent has very comfortably equalized. It looked like it's heading towards draw, but chess is such a crazy game. Yeah, we will see.
yeah?
Of course,
Can we briefly check how much did he spend on rook ae1? Because usually you don't spend a lot of time on these moves. You
yes, automatically. We just wait for a second. Yeah, the rook takes e1. King g2 is on the board. Vincent will now take his time because he has to deal with the weakness on f7. Is maybe a move like f6 maybe, which normally is a move that it's taboo, we don't want to play it, but f7 pawn is such a weakness. We have the control of the e-file, and then putting this pawn on the dark square, eliminating this queen c3 check.
It is nice, and also kind of removes the effect of the d5 bishop. It's very solid and it's a good piece, but if it doesn't actually attack anything, we can just play f6, queen e7, and potentially threaten queen e2, yeah, with an exchange of queens.
Even yes, because then the queen f1. Wow. Okay, this is horrible, because sometimes you blunder something, and thanks to an exchange sacrifice, you can get a fortress kind of position. But oof. Okay, now we have the chance to revisit while Hans is trying to come to terms with himself. So Vincent provoked this d4 because he kind of understood that he has this knight e6 move. Yeah, f6 is already played. Vincent in his element, he's very happy. dc5, dc5, and there is this d4 square. This is a lovely, I remember when I first around 2018, I noticed this in one of these English lines that there is this motif. I was so happy. Okay, I want to play like this.
Yeah, we see Vincent kind of solved all his problems here,
Yeah.
and the game is looking very, very drawish.
Yeah, white sets up rook e3, understands I have nothing, so let's just get ready for...
Also, rook e8, it's such a sneaky move because it is very, very natural. It doesn't really imply any sudden threats. But yeah, we see, we get the confirmation Hans spent 40 seconds on rook e1, so played almost instantly.
And we don't even know if he was at the board or not. It could have easily been that he was walking and then he's coming back and that tempo playing the move rook e1, which is the most natural move, because that was the whole idea, that he wants to at least compensate for the monster knight on d4 by grabbing the e-file in order to try to put some pressure. But this incredible trick with knight f3 just refuted the whole concept that Hans had in mind.
Yeah, we see sometimes you just kind of, you expect the game to proceed in a calm way, maybe head to a draw, and you're not as cautious as you were at the start of the game when there's an unclear position. Suddenly, lightning strikes.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it will be very hard for Hans to not just kind of find any chance to still play the game, but to avoid trading more pieces. Because as soon as another heavy piece gets traded, it's probably, well, in a greater sense, it will be game over.
Yeah, and it's also so easy to play with black. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that his moves come naturally. White has to avoid trade of a heavy piece somehow. The queen or rook should not be traded, but then black is... Any kind of queen c3 can be beautifully met by a centralized queen to e5 move, and then the queen from c3 has to go. Then already this queen e2, queen f1 checkmating pattern will also come to life again. The rook from c8 can join the party or to a8, even can reinforce the f6 pawn with rook f8 if needed. And white has everything at perfect position and it brings nothing, and this is the problem, that this gives you the hopeless feeling that if you would feel like I'm exchange done, but I'm heading somewhere and I will have some play. For example, if not for f6, black would have prematurely defended with rook c7.
This blunders, yeah?
Well, first of all, this blunders the rook.
You could play rook e7, which is still not a great move. Yeah?
Exactly. Just to highlight, yeah, that if black would have not have the f6 move and had to fall back with the rook to e7, we give a queen c3 check, and there is perfect compensation. If black king falls back to g8, then already, even if we just think about some rook f6, h4, h5, who knows? I'm not even sure that I'm so happy to be black. Maybe I'm thinking about how do I sacrifice my rook for the d5 bishop with some rook c7, rook d7, but f6 is the game changer. So not just losing the exchange was the problem, but that black had this f6 follow-up.
Yeah. I believe Hans will be taking some time here to see if there's anything left to play for in the position.
Yeah, he plays queen c3.
Queen c3. Do we expect queen e7 or
But
is there
then
rook
rook
f6?
f6. Yeah, exactly. So be careful. Queen e7 runs into the rook f6.
And suddenly white would be back in the game.
Yeah, this would be, I think, draw. I think after rook f6, it is much more likely for a draw than winning, and Vincent understands this. He knows that he has an incredible chance, doesn't want to spoil it. He has the luxury of just retreating the rook to e5, for example, and then setting up queen c7 and slowly get back, because white doesn't really have any...
I would more like to put it maybe on e2, unless there's some g4 ideas. I don't know, but...
wow, you are always active. You're always active. Yes, I always try to cement something, and then I realize that you operate exactly the opposite way. That why can't I do something active? Yeah, that's your priority. And why is how do I stabilize everything?
Yeah.
We should be, there are these team events when two players are playing and like this, then we would be good partners. Yeah, then we would not be missing any move. Yeah, I'm the stable guy and you are the active guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Combine forces.
I also don't think we ever played against each other, so we don't know how that would play out. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Rook e5 is also a very solid move, of course.
Yeah, rook e5 is the super solid move. I think it's a little bit more Vincent style also. And people might say that, of course, I started working with Vincent 1 week before he became 13 years old, that it is my influence. No, I don't think that rook e5, if it's played, it's my influence, because Vincent already very much had this kind of attitude. I might have encouraged him, and he got from me that this is good. Yeah, don't change this. Don't pick up my draws. Yeah, that was one of the key advices that I had right from the very beginning. You play against a strong player. It's unclear. He offers you a draw. Even he has 218 points more. You refuse and you fight. And it happened that in the Politiken Cup in Copenhagen, yes, I think. He played against Simon Agderstein, the legendary Simon Agderstein. Vincent plays the semi-Tarash with black, because that was the opening that I showed him to be solid. They get the main classical position, and Simon Agderstein, because they were sharing first place, he was a little bit tired already. He offers a draw in the main position with white in a tiny bit better position for white, where black has to be precise to equalize, and Vincent refuses the draw offer and fights and makes a draw, of course. And then he tells me that he actually refused the draw offer. I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, but I think this game, we will see it still go on for a while. And there's still some action coming with time trouble approaching. I believe this would be a good moment for us to actually take a break.
Yeah, to catch our breaths and everything, to calm down.
By the way, we see the Nepo game has ended as we kind of expected, since it was already symmetrical for a long while, and the players just called it a day after some more exchanges.
And Daniel Hausrat is creating serious threats with knight on f4, knight on f5, bishop on a1. Even the computer already claims that this is very serious counterplay. Let's keep an eye on that game as well, but all that we will do after the break. By the way, Magnus Carlsen, Alexei Slavia are not missing out on anything, because this is very drawish. Welcome back, everyone. We are here covering the Hans Niemann Vincent Keimer drama. Just before the break, we had that incredible shocker coming out of nowhere. Nobody could have ever imagined. And the bad luck for Hans that he did not sense it at all, while I believe that Vincent had probably foreseen it, since it was his strategy. Let's just revisit one more time, because now the position, it's very technical. Vincent is step by step grinding it out. There is not much to talk about this position, but let's just one more time revisit. So it was, Queen e5 played. Okay, before we go into the details, let's just revisit what happened after Queen c3. Vincent played the move Rook e5.
Showing that he is, after all, your student.
Yes, we know each other well, but Alex, I feel like we will do justice to you as well, because in few moves, Vincent then, after placing the queen to e7 and getting the other rook also into the game with rook d8, rook d1, he entered rook e2. You were brave enough not even to try to cement with rook e5, rook e2, queen e7, but we got to the same position, queen f3, queen e5. This is the current position. Hans is about to make a move. He played h4. It's a typical move. You want to grab some space, and Vincent will slowly think about how to convert. It's not so easy to win the position, but clearly, slowly, step by step, with enough patience, should be winnable.
Yeah, he will be very methodical about it and be careful not to mess it up, but he has the time, and in general, all exchanges favor him, and he can slowly start improving his pieces even more.
Yes, but the breaking news in this game was actually starting, I believe, from here, that Hans kind of felt like, I got nothing out of the opening. Yeah, Vincent was very smart. All right, I got nothing, and potentially black can play queen d6, rook e8, and then, or rook c8, and later decide when it will be the right moment to take on d5. So psychologically, this is tiny bit of an edge for black, because first of all, you don't mind the draw, and secondly, you have a comfortable equal position, you equalized. So Hans wants to show that I have my own play, and that's why the move rook e3 is very logical, and that's the reason why I'm saying that definitely Vincent probably has seen knight f3 far in advance, because it's a very logical sequence of moves. After rook e3, he captures on d5, takes, plays the move rook e8, and he knows exactly that if white cannot play the move rook e1, then I'm super happy, because then there is just no pressure on me. And the first move that you think about, that, aha, so what happens after rook e1, because I have to make up my mind, and then suddenly it hits you that, wow, wait a second, is it true? Do I have this knight f3 check? Because seemingly this square is covered by the white bishop, covered by the rook on e3, the queen is also close enough, and there is not a single black piece which supports this attack, yeah? So this tactical shot.
But all the pins just work out in black's favor here.
Exactly, and one of the lines that we did not show you, but a very important one, that what happens if the bishop captures the knight, then queen takes on d3. Knight is also even very unpleasant that that bishop is hanging, because otherwise maybe one could have argued that queen sacrifice was a good drawing chance. But after rook takes d3, the rook on e1 is hanging. That's why this tactical motive was possible once white played the move rook a1 to e1. A very unfortunate scenario, a completely crazy scenario. Just shows one more time that in chess you can never be sure enough about any situation. A total cold shower that led to this position. However, yeah, it is our big game. Things are probably slowing down now. It's a technical phase. It gives us the chance to get the bird's eye view and maybe head to Daniel Hausrat's game against Nodirbek Abdusatov, because there are some incredible dangers looming towards the, let me pick up the game, towards Abdusatov's king, and that king started to march to f8, running away from all these knight h6 checks. Let's just make sense of all this. The last move.
Yeah, we actually saw where we saw Daniel probably blunder a pawn to queen e8.
He blundered, we could see it on his face, yes.
Yeah, but definitely he did not lose his composure there, at least not on the board. And we see him fighting back, yeah? He is moving all his pieces to use his chance while he can to attack the king.
Yeah, the knight jumped to f4, knight c7, knight c4, knight e6, which was probably played too quickly by Abdusattul, and he missed this knight d6, knight f5 regrouping, and suddenly he cannot capture on d3 because there will be knight e7 checkmate. At the end of the day, all this boxed-in king creates all these fantastic mating ideas. So after knight f5, he had to cover it with rook e8, and when I saw this position, immediately my first instinct was that, wait a second, what happens after knight h5? Because knight h6 seems to be a tremendous big threat. Black will not be able to capture, because then after trade on f6, the f6 square, actually queen b2 will be the winning move, but let's just make a, I cannot highlight with knight d3, that's unfortunate, then b2 is covered. Alex, help me out, how can I make a useful move and to show that this queen b2 check is, okay, let me make a a5 move, okay, pardon me, just to illustrate that knight h6 takes, well, I actually could have maybe played knight f6.
Peter, I'm sorry to disturb you here, but I believe we have a forced draw happening.
In the game?
If I calculate correctly, yeah.
Yeah, because after knight h5, of course, Nodiebek played the professional move king f8, getting out of any kind of knight h6 checks, and Daniel opted for knight f5 to g7. Yeah, this might be just a draw offer.
It's not so much an offer as it is kind of forcing Black's hand, yes? Because not taking the piece, you kind of ruined your king's position. Yes. And if you take the piece, there's a forced perpetual. If this actually plays out this way, I think it's a very good call, especially with the limited time that Daniel had and the shocker beforehand. It would be a very good outcome here.
Yeah, but wait a second. First of all, how do we capture back? Because I see the perpetual check, but I want to see how do we get there.
Let's see.
Maybe with the bishop, yeah?
Maybe with the bishop, yeah, because we always can send the other knight to e6.
Yeah, because knight g7, knight f6 just terrified me. Then this knight h7 business, all this pressure, no. So clearly we have to get rid of that horrible bishop. White takes, black takes, now queen f6 runs into knight c6. Yeah, we see, but he captured with a knight. Breaking news, he captured with a knight. What is this?
He's absolutely fearless, yeah?
No, but this is, I just don't get it. You have 46 minutes on the clock. It was clear that you are in a big danger, so actually after knight f takes g7, you should be kind of happy that it only, that just show one time the end. Okay, he gets lucky. He gets lucky because Daniel already has the draw in mind. Is this going to be a draw?
Yeah, I think so. Here, however, knight f6 might have been a very, very serious attempt, and if Nodiebek didn't calculate it, he could have just lost there, but...
Yeah, so let's just one time show our perpetual check why we shut it out that this is a draw. For example, this is one way to get the perpetual, and if Black's king tries to run away, then queen h6, king e7, queen h6 check puts an end to this king run, king f8, queen h8 is a typical drawish mechanism. So this is in the minds of Daniel, clearly in Nodiebek's mind as well. And did he maybe find a way that against knight takes g7 he can make a intermezzo somehow? Of course, it's very risky, but could it be?
I mean, it is possible that he declines to take the draw here, but queen f6 is on the cards, and I mean, this is a...
Okay, let me try knight takes d3, can I?
Okay, let's say queen f6.
Yeah, queen f6,
I'm
queen
not
e7.
calculating right now, but...
queen e7.
And now...
you can just
knight
take knight takes
yeah?
e8, yeah, that's it. Yeah. No, of course, I'm just trying to make sense that how on earth could Nodiebek have taken with the knight on g7, because if he doesn't have a move here, and the rook is attacked, and okay, otherwise white is just continuing with a great attack against Black's king, so the draw has to be accepted with king g7.
You can see Nodiebek is not happy at all, because he felt that he had a chance, and then he probably missed this knight d6 f5. But here, not taking the draw, I think, would be an even bigger risk.
Yeah, that would be just premature, because you can end up losing the game for no reason. This knight is extremely powerful against this king, and black has a damaged pawn structure near the king. You have to take, but this gives us a chance while we are having them. Yeah, and king takes g7
Yeah, he
is
takes
played.
it. We
Then,
will
okay,
see a draw in a few seconds here.
We stay with live action. Queen f6 check. All these moves will be blitzed out. They are looking at each other, and the handshake.
Yeah, they just agreed to a draw because both players, of course, see that there are no other options.
Wow, so Daniel, very professional. I think many of the top stars will come and congratulate and say, well done, Daniel. Yeah, you deserve to be on the stage if you are playing games like this, beating Amin Tabatavai and drawing against Abdusattorov. But I still cannot not come back for 1 second to this knight f6 moment, because yeah, and they are discussing some. Let's see the players.
I don't think they're discussing anything really.
Well, Daniel is saying some things. The body language signals that Nodiak is very upset.
Yeah.
He says, I completely missed knight h5, and Daniel said, yeah, I don't, yeah, it's, I got a crazy attack. I didn't know myself where did this come from, but it appeared. Wow. The magic of the Grenke Chess Festival continues. But yeah, there was this knight f6 moment. We don't have time to dig deep into it. Anyone who is interested, I believe that whoever has the time, energy, and interest should check it out for sure. There will be hundreds of interesting motives behind this move. And we are heading back to the bird's eye view.
There, because games will be heating up all over with players having less and less time. We see, oh, we in fact have a result with Magnus Carlsen making a draw against Alexei Sarana. We can maybe quickly check how that game played out.
I think that that game already ended while we had the break, because it seemed like probably Magnus was affected by the time situation as well, that he has given up completely at the ambition of trying to do something. Maybe the position also was not giving, but if he would not be like more than half an hour behind the clock, maybe he would have tried to do something, but...
Yeah, but we see Sarana still has 1 hour on the clock. He continues playing fast without a care in the world.
Yes, and after Rook e3, basically Rook e3 is a silent draw for takes, king f7. The knight is perfect on f6, covering the only weakness on d5. The queen will go to c6, h3, queen c6, and the players are professional enough to just signal. They don't want to offer a draw. They just signal to each other that, yes, we understand that it is a dead draw, and draw agreed. So great result for Sarana, finishing the early morning game with black with a draw against Magnus. Fantastic.
Not just that, he finished it with 1 hour on the clock. So he very confidently neutralized all the pressure that could have potentially been there. And
Yes.
Good result for him. Magnus making a draw with white this time, and he's on 5 out of 6. Not a bad result, but we know that his ambition is to fight for first place, so he will have to amp it up in the last few rounds.
Yeah, that is also a very interesting scenario, that so far we have seen very few draws on the top boards, but now suddenly maybe the fatigue, but I believe also the starting position had a lot to do with it, because it suddenly almost got into a limited classical chess kind of position, yeah, that it was almost on all top boards, a symmetrical English, a c4, c5. If you let c4, c5, g3, g6 played out in a super tournament, I think you will have similar results. And what are we seeing here? So Magnus Carlsen drew with Sarana, Jan Nepomniachtchi drew with Maxim Vachier-Graf, Daniel Haussrath, the surprise element of the tournament on the stage, drew with Nodirbek Abdusattorov after quite some adventure, a very interesting, sharp game. Jan Krzysztof Duda is the one who is putting pressure on Ivan Sledge. This we have seen earlier on already, that Duda, with his creativity, got something going. Hans Niemann, after blundering this devilish trap with knight f3 check, is fighting for his life, hoping that somehow he will be able to hang on as long as Vincent goes down to a few minutes on the clock, and then to escape by a miracle. Clearly, Vincent's aim is to avoid that scenario, but it's not that easy to break this fortress. We will cover it later for sure. Volodar Morcin against Lenier Dominguez, a very high quality game, and in a draw. So basically, 4 of the top 6 boards have already ended.
Yeah, and sometimes we get these quieter rounds, especially if the position kind of offers itself for this kind of play. We see, in general, people were struggling to imbalance it in a correct way. Let's say, I think Duda was one of the few who got an advantage and a very imbalanced position out of the opening at the top.
But it was also connected with help from Salic, yeah, that he let this d4, d5 happen.
Well,
of course, he
yes.
created the scenario with the quick knight c2, d4, but that was a big welcome news for Duda. Thank you very much. I have something to play with.
Maybe we can check out how. Yeah, we see the boards there from 7 to 12.
Yeah, 7 to 12.
All the games are still going on. Let's see what we have there.
Yeah, one of the craziest positions when I just looked is the Liang Gavand against Shashi Kiran game, because black has a pawn on c2, but white has the heavy pieces invading on the 7th rank. A wild game. Apparently queen d7 is a blunder. Wait a second, then let us try to get them on camera.
So Kiran has 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Oi, oi, oi. We have to get there.
Yeah.
Oof. Queen d7, apparently a blunder. c1 queen, and there is queen f. What? Liang Gavand is rushing all the time. This is his weakness. c1 queen, the legendary Shashi Kiran. I have had the honor of working together with him for Team Vichy 2013. It was a pleasure. He's such a chess fanatic.
But this is kind of clean, I think. Rook c1 is not a move. Because
we have to show white is not a move. Yeah, rook takes c1, then comes rook takes c1, bishop takes c1, and queen takes f2 check, and it becomes a checkmate. King h1, queen f1, a total court shower. And Shashi even gets up. Look at this with few seconds on the clock. Yeah, and there is resignation by Liang Gavand there. What a miss!
Yeah, one is inclined to say it happened again. That he played, well, I'm about to say just simply too fast, yeah? There's...
yeah, he got affected by Shashi Kiran's clock situation, but we talked about it, that never play the clock of your opponent. Well, not never, but of course you can play against the clock, but make sure that you are controlling the situation.
Yeah, and there it comes back to bite him.
Unbelievable. The queen from a7 was actually guarding that f2 pawn, so in this moment there was no problem. Yeah, white can actually probably get a draw. He could have even traded maybe everything on f7 at any moment, and okay, put the bishop on c1, king f1, king e2. You might not win, but you cannot lose. Of course, there are dangers of black's rook getting to d1. I'm a little bit cautious.
Even playing bishop c1 just prophylactically here is probably not such a bad call.
Yeah, no, in any case, the evil by suggesting that white is better, my attention was immediately getting into this position that, wow, this is interesting. I think that black should have enough, then maybe even better, but then this horrible blunder, incredible. It just shows that players are also tired, but don't rush. Avander Liang throwing away 2 games already in this tournament. So what is happening in Vincent's game? Let's get back to our main game, because queen e2 happened.
I actually wanted to point it out before we went away that Hans is inviting this kind of forced line. Queen e2, queen f4, and now he's relying on some kind of rook takes d5, queen c7 things, I believe. Or queen f1, queen f1, I think king h2 is what he wants to play.
You think he wants to play king h2?
I would
wait
think
a second,
so, no?
then I play... and you think that this is perpetual, yeah? Just to highlight that...
I'm thinking that is his idea. I don't know if it works, but
if we eliminate
this is the idea, I believe, yes.
That defender which protects the h1 square, queen c7 checks, so...
Maybe you can just go king f8 and rook e8.
queen f1 check on the board. All right, we might be seeing this very quickly. Let's just keep an... Yeah, and Vincent is already looking at Hans like, I know that it's mate, I calculated till the end.
I mean, king f3 is mate in 2, so he has to go to h2.
Yeah, plus d3 is hanging with a check.
Yeah.
As well, even if you don't see mate. Usually I don't see mate, but I'm picking up pieces. King h2 and...
Here there's rook d5 followed by king f8, rook e8. Might just win all the material.
On the spot, yeah, this is your kind of... Yeah, Vincent takes rook d5. And then any check is met by rook e8. And that's the end of the road.
We might see resignation here within a few seconds.
Wow, so actually Hans just committed suicide because he knew that if he trade queens, then it's just a formality. Then it wasn't such a long grind at all. King f8 played and the resignation by Hans. He just cannot believe what happened.
And Vincent is our first sole leader of the tournament with 6 out of 6.
With 6 out of 6, yeah, this is insane.
Even beating Sindarov's pace.
Crazy. Yeah, Hans just cannot believe it. And how good that Vincent played the e5 move. Yeah, you remember I was not sure that why did Vincent break the symmetry. He could have played e6. He went e5, he sensed it.
I don't know if he sensed that particular trick, but as I said, he wants to win every game, and you cannot win if you don't at least put yourself in a position where you have the chance.
Yes. Wow, but finally it went much smoother than expected. I thought like maybe there are some chances for fortress, but that why black had this entry square on e2. That was the problem for white. If not for queen e2, then it could have been a very long kind of grind, but this helped. So all eyes now on Duda against Sadic, because first of all, it's a fascinating position. Very interesting one. Two uncompromising fighters. Sadic known to be King's Indian player. All these structures, all this fighting spirit is very familiar for him, and Duda very much in his element, because I have noticed he had played many games where he likes to control this center, to have these center pawns, and he's playing those type of positions brilliantly.
Yeah, we see white is very much in control here right now. However, Duda is by now slowly going towards real-time trouble. We'll see how much it will affect his decision making. In general, I like his position. He has a lot of clear attacking targets. He can try to push for h5 at an opportune moment.
Yes, h5 is very much in the cards. The big question is, do you prepare it, but you have to pay attention to this pin. The queen f4 pins the queen on d2. There are kind of some tricks. Black would also love to, if he would have time, the knight reaches g7 and ends up on h5, then white will be in trouble probably. But time is of vital importance here. This is not a
as we see, position. This wasn't really a kind of standard Benoni position. So black doesn't even care to play b5 at any moment, because it simply does not it does not hit the position where it matters. So ideally, he would want to bring his light pieces on c7 and a8. He would want to bring them into the game. It just takes a lot of time, and he has to find it while Duda prepares the next stage of the attack.
Yes, and he has to. Yeah, if he just plays slowly, it might be very good for black. And we see the evil bar, very tricky. I'm not sure if the players are thinking that white is better at this moment. Yeah, we don't know what happened in the last couple of moves. So maybe Duda has already foreseen the sequence how he's breaking black's position before black stabilizes. But black has a grip. This knight e5, queen f4, rook f6 construction is super solid, and white's knight on c3 and knight on e3 are not exactly participating to perfection yet, at least.
I would also like to point out that whenever white plays h5, suddenly with the king tucked away on h8, g5 becomes a very serious option in certain moments to kind of keep the king safe there.
Yes, and whose king is weaker? Yeah, then suddenly black will be the one launching attack with rook g8 and g4. So it might be even a strategical position. Maybe we should not be attacking. Is a move like knight g4 trying to liquidate, but then end of the day, finally b5 will come. If
I was
we just
actually
trade
about
things.
to say knight c4
Knight
for the
c4.
kind of same reason.
Yes, that is the professional move. Yeah, knight c4. I feel it's the good move, because if knight takes c4, bc happens, then this is a golden structure. Then the pawn reinforces the d5 pawn, stops any b5s. The bishop is buried. It's kind of dead there. b6 pawn is a weakness. Strategical achievement. So black will have to deal with that, but his construction is also a little loose.
And we see it took us a while to realize that white has been playing for an attack for basically the last 10 moves, but in this particular position it might be the right call to just completely switch gears and try to just break the blockade and keep the pieces on a8 and c7 passive.
Yes, but I'm kind of puzzled that why is well, rook g3 was played, f5 takes. Why is they not playing it faster? Because he doesn't have so much time, and it's very much. So h4.
I mean, his last move was h4, and it's not really natural, yeah.
But okay, rook d1 was also played, protecting the queen. Knight e5, and this is
our
this
move,
is our
I think.
move, and
Yeah.
this is the moment that Duda is thinking. Down to 5 minutes 30 seconds. He needs to switch to the other side of the board and opt for this stabilizing move, knight c4. That's also a position that then you can play quite confidently with little time on the clock, yeah, because everything is under control.
Yeah, it more or less forces a queen trade, and you will know what to do basically.
But it's very often so difficult to change your mindset, but that's the point. That's why we always call the superstars, the top players, universal players. Yeah, that it doesn't matter what is your style, you're attacker or defender, strategist, tactician, aggressor, positional player, prophylactic player. You have to master all of them clearly because of your character. And he's about to move the knight. He's moving the knight to c4. Yes.
Yes, that is the correct move.
That is the correct move. And this is very unpleasant for Sadic, because he looks at the clock and he sees that Duda has only 5 minutes, so he would love to have complications on the board. But knight c4 has the potential of simplifying things and in simple manner put the pressure on. And look at Sadic's reaction. He's in full concentration mode. He knows exactly that it's not easy to react to this.
Yeah, this is definitely putting some pressure, and it's going to be very hard to confuse Duda here. Yeah, the queens are traded.
The queens
Rook
are
takes
traded.
d2, I expect. Yes.
Yes, and now the moment of truth. But I believe that black cannot take on c4, so he has to fall back then with the knight to d7, because b6 pawn is hanging as well. He might have to play knight d7, which is a very sad move, but keeps the structure intact, and maybe then later finally this, knight d7 played. This is the only move, and probably the move that disturbed Duda a bit.
Yeah, because now, again, with the kings much safer without queens on the board, b5 might be back on the agenda, and he has to pay attention to it now.
Now slowly maybe it will become a Benoni after all. But white's pawn is on e2. That's why we are not daring to call it an absolute Benoni, but otherwise almost everything is according to the Benoni spirit.
What do we see? Rook
G5.
Wow.
Yeah, so preparing h5 makes perfect sense, because knight's already time to combine, playing on both flanks. One of the reasons why the good old classics already highlighted that if you have space advantage, then you have the luxury and the advantage of being able to mobilize your forces, switch from one side to another and play on multiple fronts much easier than when you are running out of space.
Do we expect b5 here?
Well, probably black has to do something, because h5 is a strategically winning move. Yeah, if white gets it for free, then this pawn structure falls apart. Then the bishop on e4 will become a monster, because it will have a direct target. That is just absolutely no-go for black. Time to create something. There's nothing to lose. If you just sit tight, you will lose the game.
I think this is still kind of part of what both players expect. A sequence kind of like b5, a b, a b. knight a5, knight e5.
Yes, I was not even sure if we go to a5 because of knight e5, exactly for this reason that, I don't know, things are out of control. I thought maybe knight e3, knight g4,
We
but
actually
let's
have,
see.
we have moves. Yeah, we have b5 on the board. And
B5.
knight goes to e3 without taking.
Yeah, and without even taking, yeah, that is probably very smart because a typical Benoni idea once AB is happening that black pushes b4 and that knight from c7 comes to life via b5 and might jump to d4, creating kind of a big counterplay for black. So keeping those pawns very delicate, very super delicate, and we see that Duda spent a lot of time, but he had envisioned this, he anticipated the move knight d7, and thought that rook g5, knight e3 is the antidote.
Yeah, and we see he is staying in control. And despite the time disadvantage, he has probably very good chances here.
Very good chances, yes, because here I would say that clock doesn't mean anything at all. 30 seconds increment, clear vision, knight g4, h5, and black is the one who needs to spend time to find a way. I believe knight e5 is like the natural move because I want to have h5, knight f7 ready maybe.
I was going to say h5, h6.
Or h5, h6, that's another. In any case, I think we need this knight e5 move.
Sarge taking his time, making sure that...
Will it be suddenly some chance that the bishop moves back and then knight e4 and there will be some problem like this? But wow, breaking news, this tournament keeps on surprising us. So expect the unexpected. Duda in fight against Sadic. Sadic has time, so Sadic will be spending time, and this gives us a very good chance to do something very special, but let's wait a little bit. Full focus on Sadic and Duda. Full focus. And Sadic knows, yeah, you can see it on his body language. He knows that he has to be super precise to create counter chances because otherwise, strategically, if white gets knight g4 and h5 in, it will be over. Knight e5. Even somewhere you have to reckon with some exchange sacrifice with rook takes e5. So much to think about. But also in Sadic's case, you don't want to spend too much time because you want to push the pressure your opponent on the clock. But by this moment, we have set it up and we have great news, guys. None other than Vincent Karmer is here with us in the studio after winning another game, now 6 out of 6. What a fairy tale is this? And please tell us what happened. We have seen the devilish knight f3, but we want to hear it from you.
Yeah, I think I'm getting quite lucky. I mean, against Georg was clearly the most, but also this game normally should have ended in a quiet draw, I would assume. But yeah, I mean, the starting position, I have to admit, wasn't too great for white. It's very difficult to break symmetry. I thought that if you want to try, you should go d4. But yeah, I mean, we also saw that most games were quite symmetrical, and yeah, it was very difficult for white to create anything. So yeah, I mean, I just copied, and usually it's a sign that if black can copy without there being any immediate issues, that the position is quite equal.
Yeah, did knight c2 surprise you a bit?
Not really, no. I mean, yeah, I have the choice whether to play knight f6 or knight c7 or e6. I didn't really know. I mean, knight c7, e3, of course I can also just play e6.
Yeah, you can actually just ignore our arrows because those were not like it's good moves. I was just showing that you have these options, that options.
I mean, it's just a question I generally have to probably try and play for d5 at some point, or e5 as I did in the game. But
yeah, that was interesting moment. That why did you decide that e5 is more attractive than e6, especially because seeing that Nyapo got nothing against MVL at that point.
Okay, I was just a little tired of making the same move and just trying to make a draw. So I felt like, I mean, I didn't feel like e5 is really risking much. So yeah.
Did you consider the move f4? We analyzed
yes, I thought
a little
f4 was one of my main moves, and yeah, it's quite complex. Like I have ef, but then I thought maybe rook f4 is interesting, and we get like a kind of weird structure. Like if I go knight e7, then you would take and go e4, And I didn't know, but also it didn't seem too dangerous. I mean, I
Yeah,
always
it
have
looks
d6,
okay.
knight d6, f5 in the worst case. So yeah, no, I thought knight d5, d6, and you know, I felt that the only thing that might be slightly unpleasant is if he takes on c7 and then e d4. But still, I couldn't really believe that this is such a big issue. And yeah, as we did in the game, I was feeling fine.
Yeah, I was highlighting that in one of my c4, c5, g3, g3 lines, I reached this position, and I was so happy when I finally I said that I want to play like this with black, because establishing the knight on d4 and then having the privilege of deciding when to take that knight on d5. How did you felt like you fully equalized, or that maybe there is even some slight potential for you in long term?
I didn't really see the potential because like direct, I need to make few more moves that lose some tempi. So I mean, just the way he played seemed very reasonable.
One question: when did you first spot it that there is this knight f3 check trick?
I mean, it was always there, also with queen on d2, and I think the whole point of why he missed it is because he played queen d3 just to avoid all kinds of knight f3. So with queen on d2, it was there much more often, and I guess that was kind of the psychological issue, that once the queen was on d3, he somewhat forgot that this might still be a problem, because usually the d file was the problem with the queen on d2, and here, yeah, I mean, just I felt like here maybe he will go queen c3, and why I went this way is that here I can take and go queen f6. That was my idea. Or also cd queen f6, the same thing.
Yeah, can you just show this cd queen f6 for our audience? Yeah, that the knight is attacked, but there is this intermediate queen
that's the
f6.
reason.
Thank you.
So yeah, knight d4, rook e3. Okay, engine actually suggests it's like tiny little bit better for me, but I mean, I didn't really believe it. Also, like, what's my potential? Like, this bishop covers the squares, and if he just plays, I don't know, king g2, I mean, I can't really believe that I'm gonna be better. But I mean, it's the kind of position I don't need to worry about. Like, I can go here, I can play, and then I will see whether there's something. Just yeah, it should be quite equal. But here, I think, I mean, at first I thought, because it took me like a few minutes to spot f6.
Yes.
Because if I have to go rook e7 back, actually, it's not as clear. I mean, then he can give a check, he goes queen f6 and h4, h5, and of course I can never be worse, but I felt that here he has chances. But I mean, after f6, I think the position is just lost.
Yeah, this is why exactly what we also highlighted, that blundering knight f3, it's a cold shower, shock, everything, but then you feel like, wait a second, I can take and I have some hope, and then f6 kills all the hope. Yeah, you understand that the bishop on d5 doing nothing, and you have very easy play. Yeah, you just double, triple on the e file and enter with queen e2.
I mean, it's such a nice bishop, but it just doesn't do anything because all my pawns are on the dark squares, and it's just giving some stability. But with the e file open, I think it's pretty much no chance. I mean, probably even rook e2 to start would be easier, because then I even attack that pawn, and then I get queen e7, queen e5 immediately. But I don't know, I just felt that, who knows, some g4 might start, and I mean, I saw that I can just do this and I'm winning, but nevertheless I felt, okay, if I don't blunder anything, there's no way I'm not winning this game, so let me go back to e5 and stabilize, and then, you know, at some moment something will happen. Also, I had enough time on the clock, so.
Yeah, it was a very funny moment, because we had that, and I said that, yeah, I'm pretty sure Vincent will play rook e5. I would play rook e5. Alex said, yeah, but actually, why not rook e2? And I told him, aha, yeah, actually, we should be teaming up with Alex, because I have all the stabilizing moves, he has all the active moves. And then you combined, you played rook e5, and then 3 moves later, you got everything, and then came back to rook e2.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's clear that I need to use the e file to win the game. I just didn't really feel like it mattered so much when I do it. And yeah, I didn't want to risk blundering something stupid here, because, I mean, that's the only way not to win this game.
And finally, at the end, when you included these a4, a5 moves, did you already think, like, whenever you offer the queen trade, he will avoid it, and he will go for a kamikaze action, let's try to hope for something? Or you were inside you kind of expecting that I still have to grind an endgame a little longer, or you thought like queen trade is like automatic win?
No, I mean, I considered whether I should push a5, because of course I'm closing down the whole queen side, so winning the endgame might be slightly more difficult. But exactly here, I mean, this bishop on d5 is so stupid, I will get another rook on the e file, and if I get my rook to b2 as in the game, I think it is quite dead. And also something, I mean, h4 is a kind of a weakness in endgames, right? Because I will push g5 at some point, and then he cannot really keep it closed. Anyway, I mean, with the pawn on b3, I mean, unless it's a full fortress and I have no entry squares, there's no way it's a draw. And no entry squares already with pawn on h4, I guess will never happen. I mean, unless I push h5 myself. Otherwise, always g5, king g6, king f5, king h5, and g5. It will be too much. So yeah, that's. I mean, these thoughts crossed my mind before playing f5. That's also why I waited with it for a little bit. But in the end, I decided, you know, again, I can afford it. The endgames will still be winning, and if he gets a5 and some counterplay, it's the, again, only chance I'm not winning this game. So if he just sits and waits, I will find a way to win it. And that was my reasoning behind playing a5 exactly here. But yeah, I mean, this, again, if we are playing on 2-second increment, maybe there are some chances for white to hold it. But generally, I mean, there's no counterplay. I will get to play f5, king f6, put another rook on the e file, maybe even h6, g5 at some point, or g5 immediately. It's just too much. And yeah, white has no active play, so you just have to sit and wait until I find my plan that's actually going to win the game.
And tell us, what do you feel like, what is your secret? Yeah, because I think that everybody is wondering, 6 out of 6, how is this possible at all in this field? There is this 10 o'clock in the morning game. Everybody feels very tired. We commentators can hardly keep pace with all the action. You are playing there on the stage. What are you doing? How do you recharge?
Well, I mean, we don't have to do anything else except for playing, and the games don't take longer than 4.5 hours, or in this case even shorter, so it's not that much. And well, you know, things went my way, especially that Georg game against Georg Maya was of course very critical. I mean, this could have ruined my tournament as well, so that was I think kind of a critical moment for me. And then you need a little bit of help in the right moment. For example, when we got the starting position yesterday morning that Murzian didn't play d4, which would have been quite annoying, and then, you know, today a blunder from Hans, and other than that, you know, that's just it. I felt that since yesterday morning, my play was quite good, but usually that's not enough to win every game. Of course, you need a little help from your opponent, and that I got. So, of course, a very nice start, but still 3 rounds is quite a lot of time.
Of course, yeah, we know that anything can happen. We are very happy having you here in the studio. We also know that you have an afternoon game, so I think it is fair to let you go. Thank you very much for joining us. Continue in the same spirit, and we are always very happy to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck. So, we are back. It's always very nice. We already had Magnus, we had Hans, we of course had Vincent a couple of times. The players who are winning, they are very happy to join. Of course, for Vincent, this is also a very special tournament. This is the Grenke Chess Festival. Grenke has been his sponsor from the childhood, has supported him all the time. It means so much for him to be here, playing on this stage with all the audience. And he takes his time, despite the fact that we understand that every minute matters, counts to recharge your batteries. The players who have no time to recharge their batteries is Duda and Ivan Saric. Now, a completely refreshed Alex is here with me. Alex, let me get the game up and running, and
yeah, it is one of our critical games. And by the way, while I was on a break and Vincent was here, it was pointed out to me that it's very likely we will see Magnus playing against Vincent in the next round already, because there will be no players on 5.5 as far as I can see.
Wow. Okay, that's a news, guys. You know most probably what's coming. Wait a second. Duda cannot.
Duda has 4 points.
4 points. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, guys. What an afternoon we will be witnessing. At 4 o'clock, if it's really Magnus Carlsen facing Vincent Keimer, the leader of the tournament, with 6 out of 6. I think Magnus wants to stop this run at all costs, because we have been talking about this historical run by Magnus last year with 9 out of 9, which is impossible. Vincent is 6 out of 6. Magnus not only wants to stop the run, but he wants to win the tournament himself. And this is then the moment to stop the leader. All to play for. But for the moment, this is Duda against Saric, the only last remaining board in the freestyle section on the stage.
We saw a pawn sacrifice by Saric, and yeah, after b5, knight e3, he decided to give the pawn to obtain the good c5 square for his knight.
Brilliant play. Yeah, that's a lovely sacrifice, also typical one. And from a player like Sadic, who is always looking for counterplay, very dynamic player, it's kind of typical. Duda kind of blitzes out everything. When we last saw the position, he also had 5 minutes. Now he has 5:14. He's relying on the 30 seconds increment, but he's not surprised at all. He was kind of anticipated this play from his opponent.
Yeah, and we see, despite Saric sacrificing this pawn, still the minor pieces c7, a8, they are dominated as ever, and it will be hard to generate enough play without those pieces involved in the game.
Yeah, that bishop on a8. If we could somehow let that bishop fly to d7, I believe the computer's evaluation would change dramatically, because then black might not even be worse. It's all connected that bishop is completely buried, and black has sacrificed the pawn to get active, but he's handicapped with this bishop.
Yeah, and we see Saric thinking. Also, a5. I would like to point out. Of course, it protects the pawn. It moves it away. But besides that, it prevents a black a5 move. So instead of a5, if we had played some knight b2, let's say, some very standard move, black could play a5, for instance, and clear out the a6 square for the c7 knight, so that his pieces might start coming into the game slowly.
Yes, very instructive. Duda in time trouble, but knows instantly. His instincts are telling him that, yes, I have to isolate that pawn on b4. No way I'm gonna give black the chance to activate itself with a5 and fix the weakness on a4. Yeah, this is Duda. This is Duda in his element. I'm actually so happy to see him here on the big stage now playing the tournament. I'm missing him so much in the top tournaments, because he was always enriching all these big tournaments, but he mentioned that he feels too much pressure in classical chess, and he definitely played, he's much less active than before.
Yeah, he's still playing sometimes, but he's not the same level of, he doesn't have the same level of activity as most of the other top players. We'll see if that is what he wants and if it stays this way, but I think for all chess fans it is very nice to see him in action.
Yeah, we do hope that it will change, because sometimes, you know, yes, you might have a burnout because there's too much pressure, too many tournaments, then suddenly some things didn't go your way, then suddenly you rest for 1.5, 2 years, and then you feel like, wait a second, something is missing from my life, and I already feel like I have calmed down, I'm ready mentally to continue this incredible journey, because yes, people are heavily underestimating what kind of pressure the top players are constantly dealing with in the preparation, traveling from one tournament to another, during the games, before the games, sleepless nights, everything combined, and you have to deliver each day normally for 5, 6, 7 hours.
Well, Saric is thinking maybe we can have a look at what games have ended so far. And I think we can have the bird's eye view of the first 6 boards, and then perhaps also further down.
Yeah, basically top 6 boards, we already know that only this is the game that is in progress, that helps us.
Yeah, and also Vincent's game was the only decisive one so far, which means that again the chasing pack will move 1 point behind the leader, Vincent Keimer. And if we see how the games on boards 7 and 12 are playing out, we can see which players are potentially joining this probably very large chasing pack on 5 out of 6.
Yeah, that ultra-sharp game between Nihal Sarin and Chigaev is still in progress. Yeah, let's maybe get those games up as well. Yes, here we go. Yeah, the craziness, the wildness continues. And actually, we had the scenario that Chigaev sacrificed the pawn for initiative. Now it's vice versa, that Nihal, I don't know if he felt like he needed to go for on the defenses, or this was a deliberate pawn sacrifice for counterplay. In any case, it's all to play for, a very sharp play. What a endgame this is with White's king on a6, but it doesn't do anything in the Karthikeyan's game. The draw was agreed. Nihal gets up from the board by going rook g4, and look at those mating ideas against black's king on h8. The queen on e1 is a very sneaky piece, ready to jump to h4. Now black probably will have to target the e2 pawn with his queen in order to keep that queen in check.
Yeah, and we'll see. Chigayev certainly up to the task. He's down on the clock though, and going to be very interesting if one of those players also comes up to 5 out of 6.
Wow, there's a fantastic position between Yakovlev and Bortnik. I feel like this will end up in a repetition because black has sacrificed a lot of material. No, actually, it's...
I think it is already set up to be a perpetual, yeah?
It is a perpetual, yeah, because white has 2 pieces for the rook, but also black cannot play long terms due to the long diagonal. White needs only 1 move, queen b2, to threaten queen h8, queen g7 checkmate. So it's understandable. Yeah, we have seen the horrible blunder by Liang Gavan. They're rushing against Shashi Kiran, so Shashi gets a very important win. Maxime Lagarde against Mendonça, that was the knight d6 kind of motive that Kamsky checked out, and we promised you guys to keep an eye on that. Whose strategy prevailed? Well, no one's yet.
Yeah, we see that it's whatever is happening, it is too wild to see at a glance, and white is a pawn up, but that is about all we can say for sure about this position, with the white king stuck on e2, while he also has a strong passed pawn on c5, and most of his other pieces are well placed. It will be a very chaotic finish. Again, both players very much down on the clock already.
Yes, super sharp position. And Denis Wagner against Nikita Vityugov. And in the draw, we have seen that Denis got a nice opening, but then Nikita showed his class. Yeah, Nikita has been a 27-30 player for, I don't know, a decade. Extremely strong player, brilliant player, great strategist. And he sacrificed the pawn, and he got long-term compensation, a grip of the position. And then Denis probably just felt like, that's it, I cannot do anything. Maybe they agreed or they repeated, we don't know. The game, however, ended in a draw. So what else do we have?
These are boards, I believe, 13 through 18. We see Yusupov still fighting.
Artur,
and is that a correct position? This feels like about 10 moves have been played in total. All other games are already deep in the endgame or way progressed, but here it feels like the players just got their pieces out.
Yeah, something is very weird, but who knows? Yeah, it is freestyle chess. I'm also looking at Rauf Mamedov winning, so he's starting a comeback after this absolutely horror scenario, the way how he lost that game. He was forced to move the rook instead of castling. And we get confirmation that Artur's game, of course, is way much more progressed. It is move 36, so there is some technical problem there.
No, I think it was just some heavy maneuvering, I believe. Yeah, it was just a very maneuvering game where probably the structure stayed the same for a while.
Okay, I got the wrong game. Because, you know, my attention was caught by Harika having a big advantage against Levon Aronyan. What on earth?
Yeah, actually, this is maybe a game we should zoom in on.
That is a very important game, because knowing that top 3 finishers in the ladies section qualify for the FIDE Freestyle World Chess Championship, then this is huge news. If she takes down Levon, that basically opens up her way big time.
Yeah, we see that she's up an exchange for a pawn, and Levon, of course, has this very strong center with c5, d4, but his king is not 100% safe, and
let's try to get them on camera if possible. Do we get access to that? Where are you, Levon?
I think we might have not a close-up angle, but looking over the boards, we might see them at the board in some way.
Wow, this is Maxime Lagarde against Mendonça, that crazy position that we talked about. Yeah, we are searching. We will try our best. As long as we don't have them, let's just enjoy the position. Queen a8 check, all kinds of king h7, rook e8 motifs you have to calculate. Who is checkmating whom? First, that is the
We also see the bishop on a1 is kind of locked out of the game, similarly to the Duda-Saric game. And here it will take time to reactivate it, but white is up in exchange. And if she manages to do that, then of course...
But wait a second, how do you defend against knight rook e8? It does not work.
I believe it does not work. You can at least take and play, let's say, queen f6.
Yes.
It is very hard to checkmate the king, actually.
That is very true. And also there is a counterplay lining up against the f2 pawn. Wow. Okay, but then actually, why is white better at all? I'm not exactly seeing. And why is Levon taking his time? Is some g4 intermediate move important after king h7? Could that be?
Potentially. He's maybe thinking to go rook f8 and is thinking if he can give up the 7th rank.
But yeah, then I don't agree with computer's evaluation at all. This is a very wild affair without any clear evaluation. If there is no direct, I saw like queen a8 and then there is something very direct.
It's not a clear position to us, I agree with that, but to the computer it is pretty clear.
Yeah, to the computer, but the players also don't have computer, and then when you see that your bishop is buried on a1, and knowing Levon, the maestro, strategical maestro, he might think like, wait a second, I'm playing for a win with black here. Clearly he's playing for a win. That's why he sacrificed, I guess, the material. King h7 played. And what is happening here? Computer, queen e4. You see, I'm telling you actually, white is trying to make a draw with queen e4. Who knows, maybe she will not repeat, but to me, humanly, it's a very natural kind of thing.
Did we already have a repetition before, or is that the first time?
Yeah, let's check it out. Wow.
The queen came from f3 and then came to e4, so this...
Queen a8 check.
This is the first actual repetition, yeah.
This is the first time. This is the second time, yeah. Yeah, they are too far away.
But there we can see Levon's confident back.
Yes, in the yellow shirt, or what was he wearing? He was wearing, yeah, I think, yeah, that's him, yeah?
Yeah, I believe so.
But what a tournament, yeah, because Parham there in his famous jacket.
Yeah.
Winter jacket in his playing hall. This is also a very special kind of, Mr. Parham, come on. But probably this is his lucky jacket.
I think he said so in some interviews as well, that he had this sort of jacket for some time, and he always felt lucky playing in it, so he just stuck to it. Sometimes there are these superstitions for players, and if it's as harmless as wearing a certain kind of jacket, then if it helps you, then definitely go for it. Here we see Levon is thinking. It feels like he is the one deciding whether to allow a repetition or not, even though, as we see, the computer thinks white is better. But,
yeah, but we don't think that white is better. Yes, this
well,
is...
Well, the players are possibly disagreeing here, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, Levon is just here. No, I saw that. Okay, no, then we have them on our camera right away. Here, Harika Dunavali thinking about her position. Yeah, this queen a8 check, queen e4, especially with 7 minutes on the clock. I think it's very justified. The frustration in Levon is that he is behind. He has already drawn how many games? 2 or 3 games?
I believe even 3. And you can see it even from his back profile. He's looking away from the board, kind of thinking, how did we end up here? Why do I have to decide now? Should I gamble on it or not?
Yeah, he will. I believe he will, because another draw keeps him down there. Yeah, it's. I believe that for all the top players who are used to be playing on the stage and feeling very important, and yeah, this is my tournament, you get strengths out of it and so on, they don't feel confident. Levon goes king g8, so not king h8.
However, I feel that queen a8 would be a threefold already, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
No, because queen a8 check, king h7, queen e4, king h8 has been played.
Oh, okay, so he plays a different king move, yeah?
Yes.
All right.
After queen a8 check, king h7, queen e4 is the first threefold repetition, but we might be seeing then the move rook f8 appear.
Yeah, if queen a8 hits the board, then we will have the moment of truth. Will Levon take the draw, or will he try to play for a win with rook f8?
I'm actually also so much rooting for Parham. Also, you know, last night I came back from a big walk around 12:30 at night, and in the reception I met Parham, Tabatabai, and Rauf Mamedov. Yeah, Queen 8 check is played. Arbiters are already very near, just checking if it will be threefold, and they had all had rough days yesterday, and I tried to comfort them as much as possible, get them up. I got back to my room 1:40 at night after that, so but it was very nice and very emotional talks we had with all these three incredible players.
And we see the arbiters circling Levon's board. They can smell blood.
Yeah, for sure. But Levon might say, wait a second, arbiters, I want to fight. I already have three. I would like to take the repetition, but I have 3 draws already. And there this Alexander Kumala killed Levon's tournament because it knocked him off the stage. I believe that if Levon would have stayed on the stage, he would have stayed till the end. We have seen in the whole Grand Slam tour last year what he's capable of, winning Las Vegas and the South African leg as well, and finishing on second. Did he finish on second suddenly? Because with Caruana they had this crazy, no, probably Caruana finished second and Levon third in the overall standing. Vincent was fourth. But there is a handshake.
Yeah, there is a handshake.
Common sense prevailed.
We actually see that looking at the performances so far, Harika's performance would fit Levon's rating, and Levon's performance would fit Harika's rating. So there are some stories to be told there. Harika having a fantastic event, very much in contention for the top 3 spots, especially the way she's been playing here. They are looking at the game together, and Levon, of course, feeling frustrated that he has to concede so many draws, but he might still manage to win some games and place near the top.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have kind of a seemingly final development in Duda versus Ivan Sadic. It looks to me it's just a formality.
Yeah, and it is actually very beautiful to see all that black is left with are those 2 useless pieces.
And all the weaknesses. Every single pawn is isolated, while white has this total cemento, and this is always so pleasant and pleasing not to have moved that e2 pawn, because it also gives you stability. The bishop on d3, cemented, eyeing on every single weakness, and the knight is ready to cash in with knight f5. Why is he?
I would surprise Peter. I would have expected knight c2 out of you immediately.
Wow, that's why. No, I was actually just okay, knight f5, that why not knight f5, why not knight c2? Actually, what is black hoping for in the position? That is my biggest question.
He's hoping to walk the king into c3, I believe.
That is the only idea, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but he might just go back knight f5, cutting that short. In any case, white already has a great many winning moves, and knight f5 is played.
It's played, yeah. This is basically maybe the moment when you design this knight f5, because it just says stop to your only counterplay, and f4, e4, e5 is coming, and you just collect the whole board.
There is not much left to this game.
Wow, which means Duda is sharing second place then. Yes, with a bunch of other brilliant players, and including Daniel Hausrath.
Including him, yes. We will actually see how many there are, but I would expect there to be at least 10 players sharing second place at the moment, possibly more.
With 5 out of 6, yeah. I think Shashi Kiran also, after winning that game, he's also joining. Yeah, things are. I would not. I wanted to say heating up. No, they are already hot for quite some time. We have had incredible pairings, and they will continue. Yeah, maybe we have them on camera. There is nothing to analyze here. Let's get the bird's eye view for all the other action where there is still drama going on. There had been so many. The Lagarde-Mendonça game was crazy. Nihal versus Chigaev is absolutely out of control. Wait a second, what? look at this. Knight on f4, rook g8 against rook on g2, knight g5, queen h4, h5, king h8 construction.
Yes.
How are you not losing your mind? And Chiga is down to a minute.
Absolutely. This is definitely a game that can still go either way.
But forget about this game. Look at Lagarde against Mendonça. White's king on f4, knight on f6, queen d5 against king f8. Mamma mia.
Lagarde might be inspired by Nigel Short there.
Wow.
I think
Nigel Short against Jan Timman.
Yeah, I don't think the king on f4 is purely defensive anymore, honestly.
King g5, marching towards h6. If that king reaches h6, it's game over. So you have to stop it.
And I think his idea is king g7, rook e2. That is something to watch out for.
Yes, I believe that this is the moment when we can even leave, leave Duda, because it is even painful to watch how Ivan is suffering there. And let me bring up Lagarde versus Leo Mendonça game. But wow, computer says spoils all the fun. Rook d8, black is winning. Can you imagine this? Black is down to 35 seconds, which means that he played the move rook d8 with 5 seconds on the clock, and apparently he's winning.
The queen has to move. Yeah, the knight cannot move. The king doesn't have time to move. So he will have to go to, let's say, queen a1 or something, and then probably black is in time.
Wow, but this Indian kids, I don't know. Rook takes d2 is also there, yeah, against queen a1. Can I take rook d2 and then I will have rook queen e3 check? Is this a problem? No, this is not a problem. We continue our journey king h6 or what? No, and knight on h7, f2 is hanging.
It might be a move, yeah, because, there we go.
We have rook f4, pardon me. Of course.
And the point was, if you take on f2, we had knight d5, I think.
Sensational stuff, taking away the e3 square. What a position. So all eyes on this game. 144 Maxim. He will fight. He cannot believe. What a position. And why can't black play king g7 at some moment? Yeah, queen moves back, I think, all the way. Maybe even to b2. No, queen a1 and king g7. Yeah, this is the problem, that it says stop to white's king.
Yeah,
White was not in time to reach final destination.
I think it is just a simple matter of rook e2, bishop e4, and we do not have a d3 move anymore.
We don't have d3. This is the difference.
That is what I would believe, yeah?
This is the difference. Thank you, Alex, for bringing common sense to this critical, dramatic moment.
Yeah, and suddenly the king on g5 is just looking very ridiculous. Yeah? There is no way it will ever move anywhere.
Wow, so the live position is king g7. Black was just in time to say stop. What a game it is. And actually the king f4 move was a winning attempt, because he could have probably repeated with knight h7, knight f6.
I think so. I'm not sure where that was. No, I think he went to f4 after a check.
I believe this was, he could have repeated. Yeah, so it's even more dramatic that Maxim refused to repeat with knight h7, goes all in with king g5. He thinks like, I can play maybe the best game of history, at least one of the most remarkable games with this king march, just like Nigel Short. Everybody knows, I think it was the Tilburg tournament, 91. That is against Jan Timman. The king walk, king h2, king g3, king f4, all the way to h6. And then suddenly he gets countered.
Yeah, he only has 1 minute left. And let's see, does he come up with something here?
He played a move. It is rook e2, of course, yeah. The move that you highlighted, bishop e4. No, bishop e4 not yet. This is our analysis.
But bishop e4 will be played.
Will be played.
Because queen takes e2, you do not go for this, yeah?
No matter what. Played, yeah. It was played, yeah. Okay, sometimes it is confusing that it is our move or not.
And we have another move, c6. Okay, that makes sense.
But it also invites kind of rook d6, yeah? But you keep on going c7.
That is the point, yeah. And if rook f6, we just queen, and suddenly it is black's piece that is pinned on f6.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. Rook d6, c7. You cannot, and rook takes f6, just c8 queen, and also the king can never move away, because it is this pin, and also the other queen is joining action. Wow.
I'm
C6.
thinking, do you think h4 could be the move here?
Well, I'm also afraid of some rook d5 f4 check. Is this or is this something to think about? Try to.
It's quite possible, yeah.
Rook d5 and followed by f4 and king f4, rook f5, and then we are chasing white's king.
Potentially, yeah. I was maybe trying to be too smart there with h4.
Yeah, I felt like, and then rook h8, rook h5, yeah, like that. Yeah, but the c pawn distracts. I don't have no rook d5 would be. No, he goes rook c8. Wow. So he just wants to go d3, rook takes c6, and cash in.
Is that sufficient though?
And cash in like this. You are not sure, yeah?
I mean, we have to see, yeah?
We have to see. You might even have fe.
You don't really want the rook endgame from this position, so if you play rook f6, then yeah, ef.
Fe maybe, yeah?
Fe, rook takes e4.
Rook c5 check.
I mean, the rook endgame might be winning, but
Yeah,
is that really what we are going
Back
for?
to live action, yeah, d3, yeah, this we will see, so there is no point in going too deep in the analysis. Rook takes c6, professional. Apparently, computer screams out that there should be something very big. Let's see if Leon finds it. And there is rook c3 also,
rook c3, e5.
Yeah, rook c3, e5, and then the king is boxed in. Is there a way to get to it? But then the knight is protected.
I don't think there is, no.
Yeah, no, don't.
I think he will, yeah, we see Duda's game end.
Yeah,
and
a very big
Duda
win.
also moving to 5 out of 6. But we're staying with the action here, where I think Mendonça, he will try to find, he has a minute of, he will try to find some knockout blow. No, what is he playing? F takes e4,
yeah,
okay.
follows our line. Okay, if you're already after c6 play rook c8, it is very logical that, okay, we stick to this.
So he just goes for the rook endgame, or what is
No,
the
not
play?
necessarily, but it's always nice to have that in pocket, and then we start calculating that, can we actually, after rook e4, play rook c5, king f4, rook f5, king e3, queen c5 check out of strength, because against queen d4 I have queen c1 check as well.
I actually thought we go to h4.
We go to h4. Okay, so that's your line. Rook e4, rook c5 check, then king h4.
Because then you kind of have to take the rook endgame. And I
Okay,
play,
it is a winning endgame.
I play rook e2, and I will still play moves, yeah?
Yeah, you play moves, but of course it's dead lost. But yeah, let's see what will be the choice of Mendonça.
You can do the same here, yeah? You can take queen f6, and then I will have to go rook e2.
Exactly. That is also a very systematic approach, but he might be seeing the mating construction. After a computer says that there is something devilish.
Maybe he'll go for something insane like queen d8, but it's hard to imagine.
With 18 seconds on the clock, yeah.
Yeah.
What happened in Nihal's game? Nihal won.
Nihal won against
Nihal
Chigayev.
won a super important game.
Chigayev looks very, very disappointed there.
Yeah, and he's complaining, like, how could I have? What have I done? And then Nihal agrees. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and here we see Mendonça playing a move. He goes queen f6.
He goes queen f6. And look at this, the computer is not blinking. Yeah, for computer, this is completely winning. Because rook e2, I can play rook e6 and then rook e4, and I'm checkmating you. You cannot...
yeah, Lagarde sees this, but it doesn't
yeah,
really
but
matter,
then,
because rook f2 threatens
yeah.
mate as well with f6, and rook takes h2.
Yeah, rook e5, rook e5, rook f2, rook a5, f6 check, king h4, rook takes h2. Not just a little check, it is checkmate.
Yeah, I think this game is over.
That's it, yeah. And look at the disappointment. Yeah, Maxim cannot believe. Everybody wants to fight here for the glory, for all the incredible prize money, chance of a lifetime. He did not want to take a draw. It was a fascinating game. Kudos to both players. But it seems that that's it, resignation time. Yeah, look at the disappointment. And yeah, he's rightly complaining that, okay.
Should have just taken the draw, yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what happened before, but yeah, what we saw, it was enough to see that it was crazy. I believe we should also check out on the Nihal's game, in order to understand what was this horrible complaining from Maxim, because he was so upset with himself. You never complain about your opponent, you complain about yourself, that how could I? What did I do? We will not even go too far.
Yeah, we saw the position where already black took on a4.
Yeah, we will go here that the queen takes a4, rook g4, craziness, queen is coming to h4, threatening checkmate. Black will try to target the e2 pawn. He played h5, wow. This actually surprised. I felt like it would be maybe smart immediately, immediately start touching this pawn so that the white queen will not be able to move to h4, because after h5, there was
Peter,
this...
I believe the problem with that might be queen c2, knight h7.
The rook is hanging. I thought like against any knight h7, but even knight h7 I moved the rook. Wait a second. Okay, queen c2, knight h7 I play rook f5. Oh no, rook f5 not. Apparently not.
Rook f5, knight f6.
Ooh, beautiful. What a beautiful mate. Let's just show our audience what a genius Alex is. Yeah, that's it. Rook g8 checkmate. So after knight h7 I have to find a good spot.
Probably something irregular like knight takes d3 for some reason, or I don't know what, but...
Yeah, maybe this, maybe not, because queen h4, but then look at, okay, it is impossible.
Crazy, yeah. That's why he played h5, avoiding all of that.
He played h5, but then he suddenly, after queen h4, queen c2, white had the chance to play rook g2, protecting. Meantime, let me credit both players. Look at this, after this incredibly disappointing game and having double runs, Maxime Lagarde still finds the mental strength and the comfort in discussing this fascinating game that luckily we have not missed out on. Everybody has his own journey in this tournament. Rook g8, rook f2, and here Chigaev was down to a minute. This felt very shaky, with white ready to sacrifice at any moment and then get access to black's king. What happened here? Queen c1, queen g3.
I believe that d4 is a very strange move.
d4 is a very, very strange move, yes. Why on earth would do you... And he weakened the diagonal like this, yeah? Rook g2. What a genius move. What an amazing construction this is, because after knight g2, this is queen e5, rook g7, queen e8, rook g8.
Do you see a mate?
How is this a mate? It looks very close.
We have to take h5, yeah?
Yeah, take h5, king g7, queen. Well, I already see a good queen endgame, but...
I think queen h7 is enough and knight e4.
Yes, queen h7, king f6, knight e4, king e5 will be probably mate. Yeah, queen e7 check.
Yeah, and then you would have to walk into queen takes g8 check otherwise.
Wait a second, it still continues king to f4.
Queen f6, queen f3.
Queen f6, queen f2, yeah. Oof, what a mating net, what an incredible shocker rook g2 is. Because, okay, Chigaev felt like, wait a second, you are pinned here, nothing moves. My queen is also eyeing this diagonal. The rook cannot move. You have no entry.
Yeah, he just wanted to go queen e3. Yeah?
And he wants to play queen e3, and then rook g2, a brilliant move, kind of blitzed out. Is it correct? Yeah, basically after like 30, 40 seconds, the move rook g2 had been played, and after rook g6, well, after rook g2, you fell from your chair when you have 34 seconds. So he already making a mistake is very logical. Rook g6, queen f3, and all of a sudden the queen enters. Then that's why we see that how unfortunate this d5, d4 move was. After queen a1, queen b7, Chigaev had to design. There's no remedy against queen h7 checkmate.
Yeah, I think the time trouble really got to him there and ended the game in this kind of abrupt fashion.
I'm very happy actually that we suddenly had a chance to cover not just the games on stage because they already finished earlier, and to get a glimpse of what kind of fights and craziness and absolute chaos, dramas are there in the other boards. because usually people are only looking at the big guys. Everybody has his own destiny and own journey there in the playing hall. By now, I believe we have the results and the standings as well. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we see board 5, effectively board 1, where Hans Niemann and Vincent Keimer clashed, and Vincent getting a little lucky with that cheapo and fully capitalizing on it to move into the sole lead in the tournament. It's 6 out of 6 here.
Wow. And some more results. Yeah, this Jakuboyev-Bortnik was also a crazy game, ended in a repetition of perpetual check. Liang Gavander's blunder we have also seen exactly catched. I believe that we got extremely lucky. Maybe there is some reward for all the hard work that also our producers doing behind the curtains, that we exactly came back at the moment when Hans blundered knight f3. We have seen everything there. We have seen Avander's rushing with queen d7 and c1 queen. We have seen now this incredible game between Maxime Lagarde and Leon-Luc Mendonça. At least the final of it, Harikas drew against Leon Aronyan. So many things. And here are the standings. Vincent Keimer leading the field with 6 out of 6.
Followed by 11 players on 5 out of 6.
And what kind of names? Let's just call them out one by one. Alex, I leave it to you.
Yeah, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nihal Sarin, Hans Niemann, even though he lost still with his strong start, still in the chasing pack. Nodirbek up to Sattarov, Alexei Sarana, Magnus Carlsen, also ceding his second draw, but still keeping touch with shared second. Jan Krzysztof Duda, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. I'm not, let's just say Buddy Pranav, as he is known in chess player circles. Krishnan Zazikiran and Daniel Hausrath, probably the biggest surprise among those names, all with 5 out of 6, 1 point behind Vincent.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Also, having Shashi Kiran there in the mix, it is such a good news for everyone, for all the chess fans. I can imagine India going crazy, going wild. Shashi in action. Shashi is doing incredible things, fighting there. He might get on stage and play someone very high rated, one of the absolute top players. And Shashi in his element is a very tough customer.
I think he's also a former 2700 player, if I remember correctly.
Of course. I have battled with him. Actually, I played my game against Shashi Kiran in the 2000 Olympiad in Istanbul, 26 years ago, on first board versus India. Absolutely epic clash, because Vishy was not playing and Shashi was already upcoming and 26-60 player.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of clashes to expect in the afternoon round.
So I don't know actually what is the call. Are we finishing? Are we still looking around a little bit? Yes, I think we all need a break. The top guns have finished. I have seen that Parham, I think, is still in action, but we trust in Parham. He had a winning position. He should win. We have some time to have lunch, get some energy, because we will need it. Apparently, as you said that in the break, you got the news that most probably we'll have Vincent Keimer facing Magnus Carlsen from 4 p.m. Central European time. You don't want to miss that. We want to be back with full energy and cover that incredible battle.
Absolutely. We got a bit of a short round today, at the top at least, but I'm sure the evening round will not disappoint as well. And we'll have to wait for official pairings to see if we are correct in our guesses. And until then, we will see you in about 2 hours.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?